safe, be with the team, be with the staff, be with everybody who's going to come have conversations with us, be with the other rescue missions who are doing this event. May all the glory and the honor be going towards you, God, and use your words, not ours. We love you. Thank you. Amen. Let's go. This is nuts. All right. What is going on, guys? My goodness, is it chilly? But I could not be excited to spend the next 24 hours with you guys. This is Conversations from a Bench. If you followed us along in the past, you know that this is, I believe, our 4th year actually doing this. In years past, we've done it in October, but what makes this year so incredible is we're doing it in January, and there's a special reason. This year, there are a total of 14 rescue missions across the U.S. who are joining us because of a partnership with Citygate Network. So later this afternoon, later this evening, and even in tomorrow, you're going to hear from other rescue missions who are joining us in this incredible event. I want to do a couple housekeeping items, and then we've got some really cool guests already lining up outside. So first, this is a 24-hour event. So y'all buckle up, drink some coffee, have some caffeine. I'm already well caffeinated because we started the day at 4 and we'll be running all the way until tomorrow afternoon at 4. Another question that we've been getting a good bit is, are we doing this outside or inside? Because of really cold, frigid temperatures, we're going to be moving in this evening just to make sure that our equipment, our audio, visual, and our staff and our guests are safe and well taken care of. If there's any other, significant concerns, we will be able to move inside prior to that. But just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that the health and the safety of our staff, our residents, our guests are really our top priorities. So we're going to be out here still going strong, and we'll return back out tomorrow morning. One of the third question a lot of times that we're getting is, how can I help? How can I support? What does this event look like? It's 24 hours. Keep following us live on our Facebook page. We will be keeping up with the questions. So if you have comments, questions, anything like that, please feel free to drop them in our comment section. And then again, it's a fundraiser. And so our goal this year is to raise $8,000. And what I'm so excited to share with you is that we actually just found out earlier today that we have a matching gift. So because of the generosity of Shawnee Ruritan Club, they have granted us a gift of $1,000, up to $1,000. So the first $1,000 that we raised is matched dollar to dollar, up to $1,000. So you guys can already start donating. We also have a box out here outside of our tent. We've got 3 tarps up here to help block some of the wind, help keep some of the heat in. And so whether you drop by or you can click to give, we will be sharing a QR code that you can use to donate to the event. Again, that's up to the first $1,000 that we raise is matched dollar for dollar because of a just incredible generosity of this community in general, but particularly because of Shawnee Ruritan Club. So we'll be answering some questions as we go along, but I already saw a couple people lined up outside that you guys are going to be really excited. I'm excited. I'm stoked to have some conversations with these guys. And really the first couple hours, I think you guys are going to be really stoked to have some conversations with them. So I'll have Janie, one of my colleagues, Janie, welcome our first guest. And our first guest is a really good friend of mine, Dela. You are. Hello. Oh, what a treat. Awesome. And so that microphone, if you do just want to take that, and I think they're live. So this is my friend Dela, and if you want to introduce yourself and kind of who you are and what you do.
I'm Dela DeHaven. I live locally, and I'm a small business advocate, and I run around the community having fun, of course. So I'm here today to support the rescue mission, and we have actually been supporting the rescue mission for years, my husband and I, and we are a monthly pledge supporters. And I do want to say to anybody listening that if you have a real interest, please make a monthly pledge. It's wonderful. Yes, it's huge. It's huge. What an impact. And if you think it doesn't, come out on this cold day and sit on this cold bench. You know I love you, don't you?
I know that. You show up all the time, and I appreciate that so much.
This is the first contribution.
All right.
We're on our way.
I appreciate that
Yes, we
so
are.
much.
So good to see you. Appreciate everything that you do.
Yeah.
There are other folks lined up here waiting to see you.
And real quick, I'll give a plug to Women of Winchester, which you work heavily with. Talk a little bit about that, because Women of Winchester is also another organization that's a big supporter and advocate, not only of Winchester Rescue Mission, but also of other nonprofits in the area. So talk a little bit about that.
I'm on the board of the Women of Winchester, and our director is Meredith Hancock. I'm sure she'll be by to see you, but we're active in the community for nonprofits that are supporting the community for homelessness, children, women, men who need help getting on their feet, other nonprofits for the elderly. We have many things that we start also for the Laurel Center. Our Warrior Walk in October actually benefits the Laurel Center. So it's a wonderful organization. I'm glad that you're with us there. My sister in the sisterhood. So thank you for the wonderful comments on the bench. You're in our prayers all the time.
I appreciate
the
that.
Winchester community is so fortunate and blessed to have you with us, Lauren.
I appreciate
so
that
grateful.
Very much.
And I'll tell you a little quip, and then I'm leaving. My daddy knew Mr. Lee Stone, of course, here in Winchester many years ago, and I told you this before. He prayed for people like you to come along.
Yeah,
and that's what we need.
I appreciate that.
People who love our community and love everything that we're about. Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah.
One last hug and I'm off.
All right. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
So good to see you. Thanks for
You
coming
too.
by. Awesome. Thank you, ma'am. Stay warm. Awesome. Thanks, Della. Yeah, Women of Winchester, Della was mentioning that we meet at the George Washington Hotel, and Women of Winchester actually nominated Winchester Rescue Mission as their major beneficiary in the month of December. Such an incredible event. So if you're interested in doing that, if you hop on Facebook, just search Women of Winchester. It's a great event. I would encourage you to go out and look that up. Great event. Awesome. And we've got another really fun guest, one of my favorite. Yeah, come on up. Mr. Brian Pierce Gonzalez. Hello, sir. How are you?
Doing very well.
Good.
Can I give you a hug?
Yeah, heck yeah. So good to see you too.
Yes. Hello.
Awesome. And I know PG and PG, if that's okay.
Of course,
Mr.
of course.
Pierce Gonzalez sounds a little too formal.
PG's
so
good.
PG, from Shenandoah University. I'm Shenandoah alum, studied Spanish, and so we went from student
professor relationship to
like
kind of
community colleagues.
community advocate. Yeah, absolutely. I'm so proud of you and all that you do here.
Yeah.
When Brandon left, we, those of us in the community were like, oh no, what's gonna happen with the rescue mission? He's done so much good work here. And then your name came out as the next executive director, and it was just like, the rescue mission is going to be in good hands. So we're proud of you, and I'm proud of you, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
When Lauren calls, I pick up the phone, and whatever she needs, I'm there.
Yeah, I appreciate that so much. And you've done a lot of work, within the community as far as progressing, looking at the needs that the community has. And so, in your opinion, what are some of the major needs in the community that you see, and what are some of the best things that you see in the city of Winchester in our community? And maybe that's like a whole Pandora's box, but yeah, we could be here for
as
23.
far as what we need in terms of the homeless population here, I think are resources like the rescue mission. And we need a lot of empathy. When I was, I just ran for mayor. I wasn't successful in that campaign, but I talked to a lot of people because a lot of people wanted to talk about homelessness and the perceived, rise in the population of the people experiencing homelessness in Winchester. And I really saw the need for a lot of empathy. A lot of people are angry at the homeless. A lot of people are wanting to take punitive measures towards people who are unsheltered and down on their luck, so to speak. And it was really kind of disheartening to me, heartbreaking in many of the conversations I had. So I would just reach out to people and say, hey, nobody chooses on a Wednesday morning. Nobody wakes up and goes, you know what? I'm just going to be homeless from now on. I guess, that's probably the easiest route for me to go. We need resources, particularly mental health resources, particularly, I don't know what you call them, but like bathrooms was a big issue. People were complaining to me, well, these people, that I see, I think they're homeless people and they have to use the bathroom out in public. And I really hate that. And they should be given citations. I'm like, well, where would you like for them to go? Because anyway, it's a whole Pandora's box. So we need more resources. We need more people like you with hearts for these humans that are out there down on their luck and who are just trying to figure out life the way that we're all trying to figure out life. What the city does well is, again, the rescue mission. We have CCAP down the street. We have Watts here. We have a lot of people whose heart is in the right place and trying to, serve the needs of this particular very vulnerable population. And it's great, but it creates a catch-22 of the more resources we offer, the more shelters we provide, the more access to different things that the city offers. Well, the word gets out, and then more people who need those resources show up. And so there's this perceived, growth in the population of people experiencing homelessness. And then that gets some people in the community all worked up. Well, the homeless population's on the rise and this and that and this and that. So I don't know and I kept telling everybody this on the campaign trail. If I had the answer, if you had the answer to this particular issue, it would be solved. Nobody would sit on the answer because it's multifaceted. It's really complex and nuanced. Sorry, I'm getting way
no, I love it.
Abstract about this, but and perhaps political about this, but nobody has the answer because there is no one answer. You need so many different facets of the community to come together really and say, all right, we're really going to try to tackle this. And I see little semblances of that happening here in the city of Winchester. And I'm really proud of it, of the different organizations, but we need more. We need stuff like this to bring about awareness. I was just talking in the line, you got a whole line of people showing up now. And we looked at each other, it's like, can you imagine? Like I'm out here for what, 10, 15, 20 minutes with you doing this? I couldn't imagine being out here for 2, 3, 4 hours, much less 24/7. We need to raise awareness about this, and people's hearts need to buy into to helping us really address the issues of this very vulnerable population. Sorry, I'm very wordy today. Apparently.
No, I love it. I think you hit everything really like the nail on the head there. One of my favorite things that you said is, people who are experiencing homelessness, and that's the first thing, is like we use people first language.
Correct.
It's not homeless, it's not drug addicts, it's not bums.
That's right.
It's people who are experiencing homelessness. They didn't they did not actually choose this.
No way.
One of my favorite things to do in the community is ask people, when you were a kid, in middle school, and your counselor asked you, what do you want to be when you grow up? Out of curiosity, what did you want to be? Spanish professor?
In middle school, it was probably something like, I don't know, helicopter, something pretty cool, like a helicopter pilot or something. No, I found out late in high school that I wanted to teach Spanish. It's part of my heritage, and my grandparents spoke some broken English. And I know they always struggled to make themselves understood. And I thought, I'm going to go in the other direction. I'm going to teach people who speak English how to speak Spanish instead of those who speak Spanish how to speak English. And so that's kind of how my career fell into place for me. But yeah.
I love that. Absolutely love that. When I was a kid, I said I wanted to be a cowgirl. That was there. And then it turned into a veterinarian. And then it turned into kind of like the healthcare, like human health, human medicine kind of
I think
thing.
I had veterinarian in my choice as well at some point.
And I think what's so important in that is that, the individuals that are staying with us, individuals who have ever experienced homelessness, when they were a kid, they never said, none of us said, when I grow up, I want to be homeless.
Nobody.
When I grow up, I want to be poor. When I grow up, I want to be in poverty. I want to struggle to figure out where my next meal is from. And I think that when you bring that down to that really kind of shows the humanity in homelessness. I think we see it as a label, and it's so much more complex to that. There have been a series of events, just like all of us in our own lives. There's been a series of events that happened. You mentioned mental illness, mental health, physical health care, lack of resources, socioeconomic status, education, higher education, things like that, different barriers that people have faced and either have addressed or not addressed. And I think that has such a factor in that. But when you peel everything back, we all had a dream at some point when we grew up. We want to be this, right?
And also, I would add to
Yeah.
that, social structure is something that doesn't get brought up a lot,
Yeah.
and it's something that weighs heavily on me in these recent years. Is addiction has touched my family, and homelessness has touched my family, and so I have this kind of sense that the society that we've built, like all of this around us right now, waking up, going to work, getting a paycheck, using that paycheck to pay for shelter and for food. All that in many ways is artificial. If you go back 100, 150, 200 years, society wasn't like that. So it's this modern society that we all live in and we all kind of buy into. We have to start acknowledging we have members of our community for whom this society is not working, and they cannot meet the demands of this society, whether it's mental health or addiction or whatever it is. And so I guess up until 2025, we're having this conversation. So our society kind of discards a lot of these people and says, all right, well, we have no space for you, so go live in the woods in a tent. And I think we really need to start addressing social structure. To
There's
get to
a
these
caste
needs.
system that exists.
And I know I need to get out of here because you got a whole line building up.
Oh, well, I appreciate it so much. Thank you,
Absolutely.
sir. Appreciate it.
All right,
Awesome.
thanks,
All
Lauren.
right, thanks, PG.
Who's up?
Awesome. Thanks, PG.
You're here now, so you're very welcome.
Hey, John Juhl, how are you, sir? Good to see you as well. Welcome. So welcome to the bench.
Thank you. The bench.
Awesome. The bench. Yep. Awesome. Well, introduce yourselves for anybody who may not know you.
I'm John Juhl. I sit on the Board of Supervisors representing Back Creek District, and I've been in the community. We've lived here for over 28 years. Just been active members, Susan and John Juhl.
Yeah.
Running around doing what we're supposed to do.
Awesome. I appreciate that. And you're a big supporter of the Rescue Mission.
Absolutely.
And I thank you so much for that. It really, you were showing up consistently at our events. You were advocating for us and those whom we have the privilege of serving. So I genuinely
and
thank you
Susan
for that.
and I really appreciate what you do.
Yeah.
We were talking last night about this, and she, people need to understand there are a lot of folks that are hurting out there, and we need you. We appreciate you. We appreciate all that you all do for this community.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I will say, and I haven't mentioned this before, but my staff is an incredible team of staff. I know I saw you working with them.
Absolutely.
So the Rescue Mission staff is just absolutely rock star.
Yes, and the things that you do to help in the community, to help raise the awareness and help with the funding and everything, I just think it's marvelous. I really do.
Yeah.
And it's just, and we were doing this long before we headed up on the board. Sorry.
So one of the things, and you're in Frederick County, and one of the things that in fact, earlier today, I was kind of talking about it, is Winchester City, Frederick County, this region has really experienced a lot of growth, especially in the last 2 years. We've been one of the fastest, if not the fastest, kind of growing region in our state. And so what kinds of things are you seeing, and how are you in your role helping to, address those needs as we continue to expand, looking at all of the population, kind of on a socioeconomic like on a socioeconomic scale, if that makes sense.
So we are, if you look at Walden Cooper, we are technically the fastest growing area in the state, metropolitan wise, with Winchester and with Frederick County. And I was just talking to my friend there from Winchester City. We were talking about, I was down in Richmond last week, meeting with different delegates and senators, focused on the infrastructure. What can we do to improve things? What can we do to make it better for the community here, right? And as we're talking to the different groups that are coming in, how can we grow business here? Bringing in business is going to bring in jobs. It's going to help the population. It's help our community. That's where the focus needs to be, right? The houses have been committed. We know in Frederick County we've got over 5,000 lots prepared, ready to go. They've been approved. They're going to happen sooner or later. How do we help get business in here to help those that we can that can get these good paying jobs so they can live here and afford to live here?
Yeah.
Right. Affordability is a huge issue. So
Mhm.
That's what we're working on.
And maybe this is a difficult question, but what role does the county, if any, have a role to play in like the cost of living, in affordability? What kinds of things? Because I feel like that's a good complaint or a concern that we all have. How is cost of living affected, and what are the things that we
one
can
of the things we
do
have
to
going
help?
on right now, we're in the middle of the budget season.
Mhm.
And actually we're going to be discussing the budget tonight. We've got an all-day event happening on Friday. What do we set the rate for
Mhm.
property tax and for
Mhm.
real estate tax, right? And how much can we bring it down and be able to afford for folks? So
Mhm.
that is our mission right now.
Mhm.
Where can we set that price point where we can still maintain what we need to be able to do, but help folks so they can afford to
Mhm.
keep what they have?
Mhm.
That's one of the things we can do for cost of living.
Love it. Yep, that's good.
So,
And what is your favorite? You said that you've been in this community for years and years. What is your favorite thing about this area, Winchester, Frederick County?
it's funny you'd say that. I went to the event yesterday for Top of Virginia, and I was
Mhm.
listening to the new chairwoman talk. And
Yep.
what she said is exactly right. How you're welcomed in this community.
Mm.
We have loved being in this community and how much we've been embraced with this community. And I just think that's it's just a lovely place to live with a wonderful group of people, and it's just acceptance.
Yeah, I
Right?
would agree 100%. I'm originally from the Richmond, Virginia area. I came up here to go to school at Shenandoah, and I thought I would, be off in Central or South America by
Yeah.
now doing missionary work. But I mean, really, I feel like God put a calling on my life to be here, to be a local missionary. And my goodness, do I love it. Like, I love the northern Shenandoah Valley, the Blue Ridge Mountains. I love it. I love, the quaintness and the hospitality of the city and of the county. I really do feel
We're
welcomed
right
and
there with you.
encouraged.
We're originally from Prince George County,
Oh,
Maryland.
okay.
My wife and I both grew up there, and my mom, my mother-in-law, who's my mom, and we all came here, and this is where my kids grew up.
Yep.
And it's like I would tell everybody, my kids are in Mayberry RFD with the kindest, sweetest people in the world.
Yeah.
So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I have a 5-year-old little guy. He just started kindergarten. He goes to Corals. In fact, he'll be coming here in just a little while. And like I'm just so proud to say that I've raised my son in Winchester. And I love it, and I look forward to many more years raising him here. Well,
all right, I'm gonna hand off to the next.
all right, I appreciate it. Good to see you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. We're rocking and rolling. Look at this. This doesn't look good. No. Hey, Dan, how are you, sir? How are you? I'm good. Thanks so much for coming out on this is end of your day. Well, maybe.
It is.
Is it? Yeah.
It is today.
Okay.
We've got had a full day. Just spent the entire day with the city council going over money stuff and budget stuff.
Yeah.
And it's a good productive day.
Yeah, that's the favorite part of your job, probably.
Yes. Yes.
Me too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The budget.
Yeah, budget. Awesome. Well, introduce yourself for anybody who may be following along, who may not know you.
I am Dan Hoffman. I'm the city manager of Winchester, Virginia. I'm on my 5th year of doing this job.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on 5 years.
Thank you.
What is your favorite? What drew you to Winchester? What's been your favorite part of the community that you've seen over the last 5 years?
My favorite part of the community. So, I mean, what drew me to Winchester was really this region, which I was very familiar with from when I lived over the mountain over in DC area. And when I left DC, I kind of went searching for a place like Winchester. Spent a little time in Florida, realized that evidently I like this weather better. And then when this opportunity came knocking, it was just too hard to pass up because the city has so much pride. It takes a lot of responsibility for keeping up its infrastructure. For the city appreciates its city staff. You don't see a lot of places where the residents just so effusively appreciate everybody, from the police officers to the guys working the back of the trash truck to the people clearing snow. The love from the community for the work that the public servants do every day really makes such a huge difference. So that's probably my favorite part of the city.
Yeah. One of the things that I have seen, and as I've gotten to know you more, is that I think a lot of times people will, look at the city to solve, to solve homelessness.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about, because I think I would say that this is a very multifaceted issue to
Yes.
solve, right?
Yeah.
So can you talk a little bit about what role the city can have or
Mhm.
can do
Yeah.
to support that, and what that looks like?
Absolutely. So, what I always say is that, we're never going to arrest our way out of this problem.
Yep.
And, and our police, they don't want to be the face of, addressing homelessness. They have a role, and they know that because the issue is so complex, they're always going to be part of the equation. Same with our fire department. Same with our social services department. But not so much the trains.
Not so much the train.
Train. Honk if you agree.
Yeah.
So we have a pretty big team. Are we good? All right, there we go.
All right, cool.
They agree, evidently. That is the squeakiest train I've ever heard. So we play a role, obviously, but we rely heavily on really the nonprofit community to help us address those issues. That's why organizations like the Rescue Mission is so important, and why we're so excited to continue to support and be part of whatever solution the community and all of the partners put together. I will say that I've been very happy to hear the commitment from the city council for the city to spend, time, energy, and resources and doing our part to address the issue. But, we can't do it without the support of the nonprofit community, where really, there's much more trust between the populations we're trying to serve and providers like yourselves. So it's a complicated one. We are happy to do our part, but just asking the city to go, arrest somebody for loitering or arrest somebody for panhandling, it's just not it's not a solution to the problem.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we've over the last couple of years really developed a really great relationship with our local police department and fire and rescue. Ashley Hoffman, our community paramedic, will be coming later, I think tomorrow. Chief Henschel will be coming, I think, later tomorrow. And just, those guys definitely have been a big support of ours too. But I would agree with you. I think that there is a supportive role to play, but I wouldn't say it's on you guys necessarily to solve, Yeah,
it's the community paramedic program is a good example of how we can get involved. It's a more proactive approach to providing emergency medical assistance, but it's also preventative in a lot of ways. So our community paramedics are, they're doing outreach to individuals who are experiencing homelessness. And then, of course, a lot of times there are mental health and substance abuse issues that are at play. That's why, we're using, our opioid settlement funds to fund an officer whose entire job, him and the peer support specialist, someone who has experienced addiction, that's our addiction response officer. So he and his folks focus on the kind of complex way in which the criminal justice system has to engage with folks who have issues with addiction, because again, just throwing somebody in jail because they're an addict does not address the root cause.
Oh, agreed 100%. The largest, housing entity of people with severe mental illness, and I don't know about substance abuse, but if you kind of umbrella substance abuse under mental illness, is the jail system, right?
Absolutely.
And it's not solving anything. It's not actually solving the root cause of that. Is the need for supportive services, including mental health and mental illness care. That's spot on. And a fun question. I think I asked you this the last time we did this. One of the things that, we always see on Facebook is, when is Winchester getting a new grocery store? Because that's a big thing. People throw
last year.
And understand, food deserts and things.
Of course.
Real thing. But
yeah, I think last time I couldn't say anything about this because we've been working on this for literally 2 years. But as was in the paper, we are getting a grocery store. We are getting a Publix in Winchester over in the area of formerly known as Ward's Plaza.
Plaza.
It'll probably take a generation for us to stop calling it that.
Yeah.
But that is the Cedar Valley neighborhood, or it is the future Cedar Valley neighborhood, featuring a Publix, which will be a great addition to the city. Gives more variety, gives more choices. You know, we do have pockets of food insecurity in the city. You know, regardless of our coverage from grocery stores, you know, we probably by the USDA definitions, we probably really don't have food deserts. And you know, we're 9.2 square miles, and we have multiple grocery stores. So it's hard to say we are a food desert, but there are still barriers to food access for folks that have disabilities, for folks who are on who are limited in their English language proficiency.
Yep, we've seen that a good bit here.
There are so many barriers to transportation. There are so many barriers to food access that go beyond just having another grocery store in town. So those are the kind of things that you know, we like to focus on. That's a big reason why we implemented the WinReady on-demand system. So
that was
folks
my next question.
Folks can get picked up at their, you know, within a very short walk of their house. Head over to the grocery store, get their groceries, and get delivered back to their house. You know, in the old transit system, that was just impossible.
Yeah.
You know, that was just not a. You know, you're not going to wait for an hour in the bus, go to the grocery store, wait for another hour to get back in the bus, and then get your groceries home in good order. So looking at ways to, you know, whether you're trying to get your kid to school, trying to get to groceries, trying to get to your job. And we had, you know, a lot of the folks that are experiencing homelessness are working. You know, they are they're referred to as the working poor, you know, informally. But, you know, when someone spends, you know, a few $100s a month on transportation to get to a minimum wage job at a fast food restaurant, and then suddenly they can ride WinReady, get there, you know, on time, reliably for a few bucks a day. I mean, that is a game changer for somebody who, you know, we've had people that were relying on Uber to get to work, and that's just that's not realistic. And this was a much better way to get people either to work, to food, to the doctor's office that otherwise may have struggled to get there.
Yeah. And talk a little bit about how that kind of came to be, because I know it's kind of initially start with COVID, like around COVID.
It started shortly after COVID. I mean, we went into a fare-free system during COVID, and we extended that on due to the support of the federal government. When those dollars expired, we did have to start reinstituting fares, but they're a fraction of the cost of what you would pay for Uber or whatnot. It's $1.50 a ride. So still very affordable. And a lot of the employers around town will buy passes. A lot of the nonprofits will buy passes to provide to folks that they're serving. And the impetus for it was, well, you know, I'd actually piloted in my old job. I had piloted this and got it started. The impetus for it here was really the environment. We had a system that wasn't working. We are compact. We are 9.2 square miles. And we're a big enough city that, or I should say small enough city that we could do this citywide. You know, it's harder to get those kind of projects done in a large jurisdiction. The bureaucracy, the size and scale of implementation is very difficult. But in a city like Winchester, we are nimble, we are agile. We got that program up and off the ground in less than a year, which is light speed for government. So we were just happy, and it is already, I will say, at capacity. We are now at a point where in this budget, I'm going to be asking for a couple extra vehicles and a couple extra drivers so we can meet the demand. But that's fantastic, because that means that's not just a car off the road every so many times somebody uses it, but it's somebody that's getting to work affordably. It's somebody that's getting to the grocery store affordably, and we're very proud of how successful it's been.
Yeah. You mentioned, you know, a lot of individuals who are, you know, a handful of individuals who are experiencing homelessness do have jobs. They are employed. They are working. One of the things that you and I frequently have some conversation about is workforce development. And so talk a little bit about, you know, some of the conversations, some of the thought behind the importance of workforce development and kind of what y'all are doing. Because I think that's a big role for what, you know, we have going on here too. Yeah,
getting folks into, you know, stable, appropriate employment is huge. You know, the state and the federal government play a big role in that, but we have some initiatives that we're cooking up right now, and maybe next year we'll be talking about them. I'm very confident. I just got the green light from council to move forward on a couple of very bold projects, which
Cool.
I was actually part of my agenda today, and stopping by was to let you know that I'm going to be talking to you and your board
Okay.
very soon, because
Awesome.
I have been given, I've been empowered to go forth and start doing some, I think, very exciting things in terms of providing workforce development, therapeutic services.
Heck
Like
yeah.
I said, we talked
Yep.
about mental health, substance abuse, and emergency shelter. A lot of those
Mhm.
things, we are going to play a more active role in trying to convene together the partners.
Mm-hmm.
The
Right on.
patchwork of people and organizations that are going to make this work, because it can't just be us. We
Yep.
can be a convener. We can help open doors and knock down barriers, but
Mm-hmm.
eventually the community is the one that's got to, really take that journey with
Mhm.
us.
Awesome. I'm excited.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Well, I'm going to let you freeze somebody else now.
Yeah.
Before my hand gets permanent.
Yeah, I know.
stuck
I was
to
just
this-
thinking,
I
like, my
forgot.
hands are a little
Poor
cold and
planning.
yours are.
For me today. But,
Yeah.
it's very nice to see you.
Yeah, always. I appreciate it. And
Absolutely.
thanks for serving alongside with us. We appreciate what you do. I do not envy you, but I appreciate the work that you do in this community, and look forward to.
Well, I don't
Lots
envy
more.
you sitting out here for the next 24 hours. So
Yeah, I
Very nice to
appreciate
see
it.
you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Awesome. So that was Dan Hoffman, city manager here in Winchester City. Hi, Andrea. How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Good. And my friend Andrea, if you want to introduce yourself.
I'm Andrea Cousins, Executive Director of CCAP, which is a homeless prevention program.
Awesome. And tell us a little bit more about what CCAP does, your programs, initiatives, mission.
So our mission is to provide food, clothing, and financial aid in the event of a crisis, an individual family crisis, not like a flood or something like that. We were developed in 1974 by 3 different congregations. I often tell the joke, a priest, a rabbi, and a minister walked into a bar and out came CCAP.
All right. Yeah.
However, the founding mother was probably ready to slap me every time I say that. Because in reality, social services was involved, juvenile services was involved, lay people, and it was really designed to help those people who could make it 3 weeks of the month but really struggled that 4th week. So we have a food pantry, we have a clothing ministry. We offer financial aid to pay utilities, rent, and car repair if you're working. And the whole idea is to prevent homelessness, because it's a whole lot easier to prevent it than to get people housed once they're homeless, which you know much better than I.
Yeah, we though you have, and prior to your role at CCAP, tell me a little bit about what role you played prior to you coming in at CCAP.
So right before, I was the director of ASAP, which is a probationary program designed to help people through DUIs. But before that, I ran a 100-bed shelter in Prince George's County, Maryland, for women and children. And then I ran a transitional shelter in Loudoun County for families.
Okay. So you've been in a couple different kind of jurisdictions, localities, maybe within our general region. What are the trends that you've seen? Because it's been years since you've seen that. So you've seen some things change, but what have been some of like the common things that you've seen in those roles with the individuals you've gotten to work with?
So I started working with the homeless in 2000, and that was the year the government decided that housing first should rule over everything else. And while it sounds like a great program, get people housed, there's that carrot, but there's no stick. So very often there's no follow through for clients to want to get their mental health taken care of, or their addiction taken care of. Also, and I lived in Chicago in the 90s, and they got rid of all of their housing projects and gave people housing vouchers. And these are people who never really learned how to take care of something because it wasn't theirs. And that's what you saw a lot of, and that's what you see a lot of people with long-term homeless. They're not reading the rental agreement. They don't know that you can't have people come and stay forever. That you have to keep your house clean, that you can't hoard. And so that's why, without the case management aspect, housing first is not always a great success.
Yeah.
So that's one of the trends I've seen. I've seen just a lot of mental health issues, a lot of addiction issues. I've also seen a lot of people who are just at that breaking point who can't live because housing costs are going up, cost of living's going up, and they're working their best, but they're on that hamster wheel, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, we see that. And then you mentioned that CCAP works to try to prevent homelessness. And so if you look at homelessness kind of as a spectrum, and I'll kind of show you guys this, if you look at homelessness from a spectrum, like actually homeless on this side, living in encampment, completely pretty much unhoused, to, housed, independently, CCAP kind of falls here, trying to prevent homelessness with additional resources. Winchester Rescue Mission is kind of in the middle, if you would. We've got case management services. We have, case managers on staff, programs, different supportive services. And then other organizations like Watts, for example, works in kind of a zero barrier, a low barrier way, and addressing those needs across the spectrum is, I think, really important. And then you mentioned Housing First, and I would agree. I don't see Housing First as a highly successful model. I would say that people aren't just homeless simply because they don't have a place to live. There are a number of contributing factors that play into that. And if those are not addressed, those individuals cannot successfully live on their own, just like you and I, right? Like I exercise regularly to take care of my mental health, and I eat well to take care of my physical health and visit the doctors regularly. But if I have something else that's affecting that and contributing to that, that makes it difficult for me to do the things in order to maintain my overall well-being, and housing is one of the aspects of that.
The most successful people that left the shelter that I ran were people that were there because they overextended themselves in the great credit card of the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And one lady was making over $100,000, drove a BMW, had a condo in Georgetown, right place. She's a .com boom bust victim.
Yeah.
She spent her 6 weeks doing what she needed to do and moved on. And that is really the exception rather than the rule.
Yeah.
Most of the clients that were at the shelter would schedule their homelessness in July and in Christmas because they could get needs met that they otherwise couldn't afford. You know, school clothes and materials for their kids and Christmas.
Yeah.
So
it's a very, very complex thing. So for anybody who's watching, while I think we are raising a lot of awareness about Winchester Rescue Mission, if somebody wants to get involved with CCAP, if they feel like a strong calling on their heart to get involved with CCAP, give us a little information on CCAP, how they can find you, different opportunities, and what you guys need.
So CCAP's website is ccapwinchester.org. Our phone number is 540-662-4318. And they can walk in. We're open Monday through Friday, except for this week and snow and ice.
Yep.
From 8:30 to 4.
Okay. Awesome. And you guys rely pretty heavily on volunteers. What do you guys rely on volunteers for?
Everything.
Yeah.
I couldn't do without them. So food pantry, driving, driver's aids, the clothing house, folding, sorting clothing, personal shoppers, admin, helping pay finance.
Yeah.
All and everything.
Yeah. I agree with you. We rely quite heavily on volunteers to do things every day that we couldn't do otherwise without them. So.
Well, a big shout out to those volunteers in the Winchester community who's incredibly generous.
Yeah, and I think and I know you've experienced this, and I would say other nonprofits in our area have experienced this. Winchester's a really generous community. I think both with their time and their talents and volunteering, and then we couldn't do what we do without the financial support of our donors and supporters. And so I'm definitely grateful to live in such a generous community.
Me too.
Supported by that.
Yeah, and the best thing is the community nonprofits work together really well.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we're all, at the end of the day, we're all trying to do the best that we can, and I would say to love others well in the ways that we feel called. And I'm very fortunate and grateful to, work with you guys, to work with Watts, to work with the food bank, to work with literacy volunteers. We'll hear from them in a little bit. United Way, and Sinclair. We'll hear from those guys a little later too.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's such an honor, such a privilege to work with some really brilliant, passionate people. So
Absolutely.
awesome. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
sitting with us. Are you coming back tomorrow?
No, I came here because tomorrow is my dog vet appointment, his
Oh, okay.
annual checkup. So I'm like, let's do this now.
Perfect. All right.
All
Well, I
right.
appreciate you coming by, Andrea. Thanks for all you and your team do. And appreciate
Well,
you guys.
thank you. A fun fact, I think CCAP started the same year that Rescue Mission started.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and of course, Fran Ricketts, the longest running director, had a passion for homelessness. So
Yeah.
I was so happy when I took over the helm to know that there were strong agencies such as you, well, Winchester Rescue Mission and Watts.
Yeah.
You guys have the case management that we don't. We can provide all the love all day long, but that doesn't get people housed. That doesn't get mental health taken care of. And so every time I can refer a client, it's just a win for both of us.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and we do the same. I think that works well. Kind of the referral to you guys, because if somebody doesn't really need our services but they can benefit from yours, I really appreciate that and appreciate what you guys do.
Well, thank you. Stay warm.
Yes, ma'am.
More
I look
power
forward
to you.
it. I appreciate it. We'll be moving inside here in a little while. Probably everybody that's not in here is like, not soon enough, but I was stubborn. So
All right. Take care.
thank you. So good to see you. Thank you,
You
ma'am.
too.
I'll hold this
Actually,
you want to give it to
I'll give it to Barry.
our next friend, Winchester's finest. Hello,
Oh, look at
Barry.
you. Hello,
Good to see you,
hello.
sir. My goodness, it's good to see
Oh,
you.
I like what you've done to the place here. This is
Isn't it great? I came out and I was like, it looks like we're in the inside of a trash bag, but it
but a
block-
beautiful trash
yes,
bag.
it blocks the wind, and
It
hopefully
does.
it'll retain some of the heat here in a little while. So
Well,
yeah.
you're a brave soul. You're
I-
a brave soul.
it's my team. My team
Wow.
probably all is like, who the heck put Lauren in charge? Because why are we out here? But yeah, they were like, maybe consider, and I was like, nope, we're gonna do it.
I don't see how their fingers are working on slide controls and stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
it's cold, but when we get a cold snap like this and we're all griping in our houses that we can't get warm, and you're cranking things up, and then you think
Yeah.
about those that have no roof over their head, and I think of you guys,
Yeah,
and it's like, thank God for the Winchester Rescue Mission.
yeah,
Unbelievable.
yeah.
Unbelievable.
I appreciate that. Yeah, this event is, we hold it for 24 hours, and there's, I mentioned earlier, there's like 13 other rescue missions that are doing that, and we hold it outside, not to, really begin to compare to, the elements that individuals who are experiencing homelessness face, but just, the work that we do is really difficult and really challenging, and it's that much more challenging for people who are actually experiencing it. So my heart breaks every time we, if we're at capacity and we have to turn somebody away. But I am grateful, that Watts is operating, and they have, the beds and the capacity that they have as well. So, just so grateful for it. Grateful for your support as well and all that you do.
Wow.
And tell us, I met you at the Alamo down in Stevens City a little while ago. So tell us about that event and how it went and how kind of you got involved with, and this is a big question, what that event was, how you got involved with that, and kind of how Chain of Checks kind of evolved.
I was out cutting wood. True story. At
Okay,
night,
I was like,
in front
where
of
we
my
going?
cabin. It was 1986, and I was thinking, it's neat to connect with your radio listeners. You don't see them, but what would be a tangible way to connect with them at Christmas time? And I thought, what about if they sent us Christmas cards and we decorate the studio? And then I thought, what about if they put a $1 check in there and we'd literally hang a chain of $1 checks? And that first year, the money went to CCAP for blankets and heating oil,
Wow.
$2,800. And
Wow.
anyway, it just kept going, and it grew and it grew and it grew. And Winchester Rescue Mission has been the beneficiary over the years. At the Alamo on December the 7th, we had two fundraiser movies, thanks to the Naranjus Management Corporation. And so We raised money that way. We had a face-a-thon. We had a Facebook Live. You were one of our guests. Did a great job. And if I might say, I don't want to embarrass you, but we had a chance to sit down and talk before you went on.
Yeah.
And I said, I tried social work right out of college, and I burned out because I took everybody's problems home. And I always admire social workers and people, like what you do here at the Rescue Mission. And I ask you, how do you do this? And you were very humble, and you gave credit not only to your God, but also to, you said, your rock stars, your team here.
Yeah, team of rock stars.
You are surrounded by rock stars, and the community believes so much in what you do. So we're appreciative, but just appreciate you and what you do, and you hang in there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I mean that wholeheartedly. There's a couple of our staff that are behind our audio visual. We've got some staff who are inside now. And really, I think it's such a calling and really just such a privilege to be able to work with these guys every day. So
in previous conversations on the bench, I brought Brandon coffee, but I've got something. It's not coffee, but I've got something that'll warm you up. But you were one of our recipients for the chain of checks, and that $5,000. Maybe share with us what you're going to be doing with that $5,000.
Yeah, well, thanks, Barry, so much. We appreciate just all the work that you and your team did to help get us this. So this year, our chain of checks funds will be going towards our Valley Avenue project, and this will actually be going directly towards the mattresses and the bed frames that need to be purchased for our emergency shelter. So, and we haven't talked about really that yet because we've been back to back with people here. But at Valley Avenue, that's a new project. We're under construction with that, and there will be able to have capacity for around 25 individuals for emergency shelter. So the funds that were raised for this go directly towards quite literally safe sleeping spaces for individuals who are experiencing homelessness, who just need a warm place to stay. So we're so grateful for it.
Well, so absolutely. Grateful. We're grateful for you and to all of your team. Keep up the great work.
I appreciate
we love you
it,
guys.
Sir. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Appreciate that. Awesome. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Stay warm. Awesome. All right. I don't even know what time it is. I feel like we've been on a roll. Almost an hour in. 4:51. Hot diggity. Only 23 more hours to go. I can't even say that. Honestly, I am well caffeinated. I'm a little chilly. I feel like the team's maybe a little chilly as well. A little chilly as well, but I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I'm going to ask Sam to come up here and give a quick kind of spiel, keep you guys updated while I go in and take a quick break. This is Sam, thanks for your flexibility. Sam is he's our community engagement coordinator, and Sam works hands-on with our volunteers, our social media. So all of this, really, a lot of this was helped to be created because of Sam's creativity and just passion. So Sam, if you want to talk a little bit about your role, and you can go with it wherever you want, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
All right. So, as Lauren was saying, my name's Sam. I'm the Community Engagement Director. A lot of things fall under that. If you're someone who's a volunteer with our program, then you've probably gotten to know me. I do oversee the entire volunteer program, which is a huge part of what we do here. The volunteer program accounts for probably 90% of all the labor that happens at the Rescue Mission every day. We're serving lunch and dinner every day of the year to the community. We have a food market happening every weekday morning at 10 a.m. All of that is run by volunteers. And so we're tremendously thankful. I say it all the time, but it really is true. The Rescue Mission could not function without our volunteer team. We probably have about 200 to 300 unique individual active volunteers every month. So it's a tremendous service. So I do that. Also, just really partner with anybody to help them figure out how can they get involved with the Rescue Mission. So if you're out in the community, maybe you're watching this or sharing this with a friend, and you're wondering, how can I get more involved with the Rescue Mission? Maybe you see things in the community. You see that there are people who are on the street, people who are suffering the effects of homelessness and poverty, and you wonder, what can I do? What organizations are getting involved how can I be a part of what they're doing? You can talk with me. My name's, again, Sam. My email is samr@wingrescue.org. My information is on our website. You can talk to me, talk to Lauren, really any of our staff. But that's what I do. I help people get connected with what we're doing, help spread the word about what we're doing. We've got some wonderful things coming up, so you can learn more about the rescue mission and what we do. One of the things we're really excited about, it's coming up here in February, is our big annual, we call it our big annual event. It's a wonderful evening, big banquet that we have. It's a fundraising evening. It's a social time for us to get together, for us to talk about what are the issues, how can we work together and make those solutions a reality. If you were at our Hope on the Horizon event last February, then you probably recall we had a really tremendous night. We had some great speakers. We had really great dinner. We had some live music. We had in-person silent auction. We had an online auction after the fact. Everyone loved it. We had a great photo booth. That was a huge hit. We didn't even expect it was going to be such a huge hit, but everyone loved it. And it was just, we're coming together for a good cause. We're getting educated about that cause. We're building relationships so we can solve these issues together, and just having like a fantastically fun evening. I mean, we talked about it for several weeks afterwards. So if you were there last year, please come back this year. We're really excited to let you know that we've reduced the ticket price and the reserve table price from last year. So we brought the cost down a little bit. It's even more affordable to come and partner with us. But we're glad to have you join us. If you didn't make it last year, we would love to have you join us this year. Bring a friend. All that information is on our website. We've also got some links that will be showing up on the screen here on how you can go and purchase tickets. We have sponsorship opportunities for that event so that you can partner with what we're doing. But it's February 28th. It's the last Friday of February. We're going to be getting going at 5:30 p.m. Awesome. Yeah, the QR code's on the screen if you want to go and look at sponsorship tickets and all those options. But it's February 28th, the last Friday of February. We'll be opening the doors at 5:30 for the auction. The event starts at 6. Put it on your calendar. Plan to bring some friends. Again, it really is just a fantastic evening, and we're planning on making it even better than last year. So all the information for that's on our homepage of our website, wingrescue.org. You can go there, and that's also where you can find all kinds of ways in how you can get connected with what we're doing and partner with us in the work that we're doing. Again, we've got our residency program. We have over 40 men and women who live in our facility, in our program, getting case management and personalized plans for growth and transformation in their life. So we've got that going on. We've got food ministries, community, so many ways you can get involved with what we're doing. And I've made sure that we have all that information on the website and how you can get plugged in. So really encourage you to do that if you haven't already. And if you are involved with us, but maybe you haven't, shared with a friend recently or invited some people to come and join, then I really encourage you to do that as well, because it's really important work that we do. And it happens because people like you are helping us build community around individuals that have lost the community in their own lives. And so we're rallying together, we're solving problems together, we're serving people together. It's really, really a wonderful time. And as you can see, we're willing to do it even when it's really cold outside, even when people think we're crazy for being out here. And maybe we are. But you know what? We care about what we're doing. We care about people. And this amount of time that we're spending here in the cold, there's nothing compared to what a lot of people face. So again, if you're just tuning in, we have so many ways you can get connected with what we're doing here. Come serve a meal, come help us in our offices, come help bring in food donations from our donation partners. Lots of local businesses, grocers, restaurants, delis, they donate their food to us on a daily basis from Monday to Friday. So we have volunteers that come out early in the morning, 8 a.m. and help us pick up those donations. We distribute food to families. We probably have about 35 to 40 families a day come to the rescue mission in order to receive groceries from our Cameron Market and then lunch and dinner. Dinner is actually happening as I speak. We're about to start here about 5:30 with dinner. And we serve a hot lunch and a hot dinner to the community really every day of the year. That's all being done by volunteers. So when we talk about our volunteer base, really, 20 plus volunteers a day help us make everything happen. And we still often have some openings and some needs there. And as we are expanding over the course of this year, that need is going to double. So better time. There's never been a better time, I should say, to join our volunteer program and get connected with what we're doing. And you come and get to work alongside us and be part of what's happening here in Winchester. And you're back.
Timing. Yeah,
and you're back. And you're back. And coat. And did you see somebody dropped off for you a heated vest and heated gloves?
I saw that. Was it Judy?
There's Judy.
Yeah, Judy.
Yeah. Okay, great. That's awesome.
Okay, cool. But you can see. Oh, okay. We're not on Zoom yet, but we're still live.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool.
We are.
Yeah. So one of the things that I mentioned earlier is that, and I mean, really, that's the biggest reason that we're doing this in the middle of January is because there's like 12 or 13 other rescue missions across the U.S. who are doing the same event from 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. And so the whole reason that this is bye Lisa. The whole reason that this is happening is actually a couple of years ago, Brandon Thomas had this crazy idea to sit on a bench for 24 hours and raise some awareness around homelessness, have some conversations from local people, and it really kind of caught on with other rescue missions.
Yeah.
Matt out in Fresno has done this before, Fresno, California. In fact, that's where Brandon is now, and there have been a couple other rescue missions who I believe have done this as well. But today, there's other rescue missions who are doing it, and we're going to have the opportunity actually to zoom in with them. And so I think you guys are going to be able to see that. Hopefully this has been a long time coming. There's been a lot of tech that has gone on, a lot of tech work that has been gone on, but we're so excited to be able to work with them and share some of the work that they're doing out there. We are part of Citygate Network, which is actually where Brandon Thomas is. And so one of the beautiful things about Citygate Network is our ability to network with other rescue missions and learn from them everything from like how they design their buildings to how they design their volunteer programs, development, operations, those kinds of things. One of the things that we say a lot is like, we don't really want to recreate the wheel because that puts a lot of work on us. And there's already other people who've been doing some really brilliant things. So,
right.
So we're really excited to share some of our insights and just be able to greet them down there. I don't think that down in Greenville, it's quite as cold as it is here.
No, and if it were, they'd probably all be dead.
Yeah.
By now. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. We're going to be able to handle it.
Yeah. Like in Fresno, I mentioned Fresno's doing this. I think overnight it's supposed to get like 40 degrees. You know, we're not even reaching that high.
No. We'd love to get up to there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like I'd be sweating.
I'd break out my flip-flops.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, I forgot the 40 degrees.
And let's see, Fresno's doing it. A couple places down in Alabama, Pittsburgh. I think us and Pittsburgh we're probably going to be the two
might
coldest.
Be even a little bit colder than us.
Yeah,
might be.
I haven't
checked the weather.
Looked. Do you need that? We need that. Okay, we're gonna get the microphones and see what this does. Okay.
All right. So we're gonna be zooming in with what's the rescue mission we're zooming in with? Miracle Hill.
Miracle Hill Ministries.
In Greenville, South Carolina. Yeah, great. You can just put one in like a Secret Service agent. Just wrap it up behind your ear.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wait, does it need to be the other side so I can talk to this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I have this.
Here we go.
Secret Service. Just make sure my Secret Service wire doesn't get.
Don't melt it on the kerosene heater.
Yeah, don't blow up the kerosene. Don't melt the wires. Are we going to be able to see it on the screen? And they're not there yet, are they?
All right.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. It'll be good. I mean, I know what Ryan. So his name's Ryan Dirk. Ryan Dirk is the CEO out there in Greenville, and yeah, he just has an incredible story as well. Sam, I was talking earlier about Citygate Network and kind of like the beauty, you know, of being a part of that and getting to learn from other rescue missions.
Yeah.
And you had the opportunity to go to one of the national conferences in
There's Lexington,
Kentucky.
Yeah.
What's like one of the things that you took away from that conference? I'm like throwing a.
Yeah. Well, certainly a lot of really practical knowledge that was shared between us and other missions, which is great. But also just to see the same kind of issues that we're working to solve here, the people all over the country facing the similar things, working to solve those things as well. And it's beautiful to see that the kind of amazing things that are happening here are also happening elsewhere.
Yeah.
And people around the country are rallying together to solve these issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Awesome. Well, I hear Ryan in my ear.
All right.
I think we're going to try this.
I'm going to step
thing.
aside and you're going to
Awesome.
zoom again.
Sam, thanks.
All right.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
You're
We'll be back in a little bit.
absolutely rock star. Awesome. All right, guys, we're going to try to get this. We're going to try to get this rocking and rolling. Yep. Can you hear that? Yeah. Okay. Good luck. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Can y'all hear me down there in Greenville? They're saying there's a little bit of delay. What's up, Ryan? How are you? Can you hear me okay? I can hear you, and I can kind of see you. We tried setting up an extra monitor that faces me, so that I could see you as well, but yeah, it is. What's the temperature right now? It's 16 degrees last time we checked. So overnight low is supposed to be 4. So we have Brian, our operations guy, went out and got some tarps. So we've got a kerosene heater and we got 3 tarps on each side trying to get some of the heat and block some of the wind. What's it looking like down there for you guys? We're good. I can hear him in real time. Yeah, right on. Well, hello, everybody. My name's Lauren Klaus, and I have the awesome opportunity to be the CEO here at Winchester Rescue Mission. Winchester is located about an hour and a half outside of DC. In fact, technically, we're right slightly further north than where DC is, but we're a really small city, about 9 square miles. But we're a really quickly growing city and kind of area. Our ministry here, again, we're really small. We have capacity currently for up to 45 individuals, and so we have a program for men and a program for women, a year-round operation. We also have a really incredible food ministry where we serve community meals, and we do a market, like a food distribution of sorts. We've got a small staff of about 14 individuals, and just really grateful to be able to do God's work here in city of Winchester. Mm. Mhm. It is much colder than average here. I mean, we got single digits. We got single digits overnight tonight, but it's definitely just bitterly cold, and it has been all week. In fact, we just got about maybe 6 inches of snow earlier this week, and so roads are a little icy in some spots, but yeah, it's definitely bitterly cold. Our friends out in California, I'm sure, are enjoying the balmy 50 some degrees overnight. Little little warmer than we are here on the East Coast. Mm. Shoo. Sometimes I'm asking myself that a good bit. I'm sure my team is asking the same question too. But I think the thing that just made me really want to do this event is the opportunity that we have because of our partnership with Citygate Network is to raise some national attention around this. I think, here in Winchester, sometimes I think we can just feel, and our residents can feel so kind of siloed about thinking homelessness is only an issue here, or homelessness only exists, in Los Angeles or San Francisco, but really it's a nationwide thing, and it's going to take some really big conversations and some really big change. So my hope for this event is to really kind of raise some awareness here locally, but then troubleshoot so that later in October, other rescue missions can be a part of it and really bring some national level attention in hopes of bringing some national level change to, homelessness, and not just homelessness, but really like programs based organizations like Miracle Hill, like us here, like Bread of Life out in Seattle. So yeah, my hope is really just to have some really honest conversations and ultimately bring um, some kind of national attention to this here later this year. What about you? What are you hoping to bring to the table from this? Hmm. Mm. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Hmm. Mm. Okay. Helen's. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I love that. One of the things that we kind of say here frequently is to kind of lead with curiosity, because I think that there are a lot of stereotypes around homelessness and addiction and things like that, and I think that hinders a lot of people. And I'm not shaming them for that, but I think just leading life with curiosity, and especially this issue of homelessness, um, leading life with curiosity and walking in, and asking those questions. So Ryan, in your opinion, what do you think what do you think your neighbors there and our neighbors here, just the average kind of citizen, can do to best support, Miracle Hill Ministries and support organizations similar to that? All right, let's go. Mhm. Mhm. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Love that. Yeah, absolutely love that. Um, um, Shoot, there was gonna be something that I followed up with about that, and it just slipped my mind. We rely pretty heavily here on volunteers. I was talking earlier about that with one of our fellow nonprofits. So we rely on volunteers here at the Rescue Mission to do a handful of things. Um, and that's one of the things that I frequently tell people and tell our volunteers is figure out really what you're passionate about, and kind of get involved with that. I also was talking with one of our other nonprofit leaders, and we talked about kind of the collaboration that happens between fellow nonprofits. And so, in at down by you guys, do you all have like key community partners, other nonprofits that you guys work with, to serve your residents? And if so, what does that kind of look like? Hmm. Yeah. Mm. 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 Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, I think that's rockstar. We've had our local city manager, some county and other city officials and nonprofit, and you mentioned earlier, like Ryan Dirk isn't gonna solve this issue, and Lauren Klaus isn't gonna solve this issue, and Brandon Thomas and Matt Dildine. We ourselves are not going to solve it. I think it really does take a lot of kind of cross. Yeah, collaboration, like very intentional collaborative efforts to help solve this. um, one of the things and we're talking about poor weather here, or just very cold weather here. You guys recently just experienced some really detrimental or really devastating weather down there, with the weather down there. So tell us a little bit about how that went. How did the community kind of rally behind you guys, and how are you guys doing now? Oh, Phew, man. Mhm. Phew. Mm. 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 Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I'm so grateful that God's provision really was there for you guys. I mean, you guys down there, down in North Carolina as well, Asheville area. Our friends down there, we were definitely keeping you guys in the prayers. We've seen our community really rally behind us, just kind of ongoing, but particularly, more during more severe weather, and even during COVID. Yeah, so I'm so grateful for that. Um, Ryan, how do you think Citygate Network has supported you all? Like, what have you seen as a great benefit of Citygate Network, to you, to Miracle Hill? Because we talked about, there's other rescue missions. That's why you and I are on this call now. There's other rescue missions that are doing this. What have you seen come out of your partnership and engagement with Citygate Network? Yes. Mm. Hmm. Mm. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think all of what you said, I would agree with. I think the relationships that and that I've been able to establish and build within Citygate Network. I mean, you and earlier this year down in Myrtle Beach at the CEO Summit, I remember sitting next to you and some of our friends from Pennsylvania and being like, I need some guidance and some help with our organizational chart. Like that's something that's new to me. And you were like, oh yeah, and this is how our org chart is, and this is how we can, how we staff that or how we organize that, and some other CEOs and executive directors kind of chimed into it, and we're able just to kind of feed off of each other and gain some really creative ideas. I think especially I just finished my first 12 months, my first year as CEO. This is not anything that I ever thought I would be doing. Earlier, I shared that when I was a kid, I wanted to be a cowgirl, and then it turned into a vet and, a doctor. And so this line of work is really something that I'm learning every day, and I'm learning something new, and I have to, right? And Citygate Network creates, kind of exactly what it's called, a network of people who I would consider are experts in the field. And we're able to, connect with each other and learn from each other and pull, building plans, pull org charts, pull, board level things, you name it. There's somebody who's created it or perfected it and done it. And I think one of the things that I really enjoy is being able to talk with others, and their level of humility. Because one of the things that I say a lot, again, I'm new to this, is sometimes I have no idea really what I'm doing. And there's people who've been in the field for 20 years and they're like, neither do I. But there's this, kind of family-like relationship where we're in it together, and we've seen things and done things, and we're able to collaborate with that. So I'm definitely grateful for the partnerships, and from the practical side and the operational side of things down to just encouragement. I mean, Jack Crowley from Pennsylvania. He just messaged me and he's like, "Hey, praying for you. Hope the event goes well." And so I'm so grateful for that relationship, that partnership, from a practical level down to just really a relational level and having people pray for you. So I'm that to me is the biggest benefit of Citygate Network. Yep. All right. Appreciate it, guys. See y'all. All right. Brian, you want this back? Okay, we're just going to hang this up here for now. All right, so that was our friend Ryan Dirk from down in Greenville, I'm told, Greenville, South Carolina, at Miracle Hill Ministries. And they just have an absolutely incredible ministry down there. They do some really rock star things. And we were talking a little bit about Citygate Network. And one of the things that we didn't really talk about is what it takes to be a member, or what it takes to be, certified through Citygate Network. And that's one of the things that Winchester Rescue Mission really prides itself on. Citygate Network has a, certain criterias that you need to go through as a rescue mission, as an organization, and you need to meet those certain criteria: best practices, safety, insurance, financial accountability, board governance, staffing requirements, safety measures, all of these things that go into maintaining certification through Citygate Network. And so we were certified, Winchester Rescue Mission was certified, back in 2020. Yeah, around 2020, 2021. And I think, we were awarded it in 2022. Yeah, because that was Baltimore, where we got up and we were awarded our official Citygate Network certification. And so there's, like the certain level of kind of prestige of best practice of being an affiliate member with Citygate Network. So we're just so grateful for them and their partnership. their partnership with that. What time is it? Going on 5:30. All right, we're about an hour and a half into this. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Fran. Thanks for. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, awesome. And Michael Woods. Michael, I really should have remembered your name, but yeah, Michael Woods down in Asheville, absolutely rock star. I actually had the opportunity to go, and I didn't even mention that. That was another really cool thing of being a part of Citygate Network. I really got to know Michael. He's the CEO down in Asheville, North Carolina, that ministry down there. And because of a partnership with Citygate Network, I actually had the opportunity to go down to Franklin, Tennessee, to Amy Grant's farm. She's got a farm down there. And for the last couple of years, they have put on an event called Hope in the Gate. And what they've done there is bring rescue mission residents, program graduates, bring them to Amy Grant's farm, and it is just one of the most beautiful places I have ever seen. Hundreds of acres, and just in one of the most beautiful parts of really, I feel like, the country that I've been able to see. They bring in residents, program graduates, and it's really an immersive experience. And a lot of these individuals that are graduating from their programs have experienced significant traumas, substance abuse, addiction, homelessness, these kinds of things. And so when they graduate these programs, they come to Hope in the Gate. They actually partner with local songwriters and artists, and they're able to share the stories from the residents, from these program graduates, and the artist, and just this absolutely God-given talent of the way are able to take those stories, create songs, and then share it in this just absolutely beautiful setting of a barn. It's about a 3-day retreat. And so it was just an absolutely incredible experience to be a part of. I came back and I remember telling Janie, one of my colleagues, that I've never felt the presence of the Holy Spirit more than when I was there. There's just this beautiful, the scenery and the vulnerability, the honesty, the music. It had such a powerful presence there. And Bruce, and just, I mean, the Southern hospitality there is they just went above and beyond. There's also a volunteer, her name's Maggie. She was down there, and just this level of hospitality and honesty and beauty, just in sharing those stories. All that to say, Michael Woods, I really got to know him really well down there, and some others, Lamanda, who I've just gotten to know really well and respect them. So Hope in the Gate was just an absolutely beautiful, just really incredible experience that I got to be a part of, all because of Citygate Network and our connections there. So we're so grateful for that. It's about 5:30. Janie, would you like to come up and share a little bit about what you do and the work that you do here with us? My good friend, pleasure to share an office with, Janie Dickens Bowman. If you want to introduce yourself and kind of what you do.
Yes, well, I am Janie DB, JDB, as most people call me. And yes, Lauren and I are daytime roommates. We utilize the space very well around here.
Yes.
Every inch is taken. So we're very excited about the opportunity to expand down to Valley Avenue. With all that space, I'm sure we'll outgrow it in no time. But boy, it'll be such a blessing to be able to spread out and offer more opportunities and services down there. So what do I do? I don't know. I'm sort of a Jane of all trades.
Yeah.
Right. So work part-time, which is wonderful. And I do office administration kind of work. I do scheduling because Lauren's a busy gal and she's got to get booked up, and some fundraising and development things, and do some work with our board of directors, which that's a wonderful opportunity. We are very blessed to have an active, really dynamic board, and I think if you keep tuning in between now and tomorrow, you'll get to meet a few of them as well, which is great. So Lauren kind of teases me because I've been around a long time.
Well
That's
experienced.
Experienced and maturity is what I like to say.
Yes.
So I know a lot of people in the area. So that comes in handy at times. She will tease me when she'll say, "Hey, do you know so-and-so?" And I'll say, "Well, yes, I've known them." And then I'll sort of give her like a family history. And she'll say, "How do you know these people?" But anyway,
I'll be
that's
like,
what happens when you've been around a long time.
Yeah. I mean, do you know Billy? Billy so-and-so? And you'll be like, yeah, I actually went to school with so-and-so, and then their cousin actually is married to this person, and they're my neighbor.
And
they
the
were
mother's
over at Apple
maiden
Blossom.
name was something else. And they were married to somebody else, and now they're not married to them. And but anyway.
Yeah, you could draw like a whole family tree of Winchester and the connections. So you're such a
who needs ancestry.com when you got me?
when you got Janie DB. So absolutely grateful for you.
So in this cold weather, I tell you, it's one thing to complain that it's cold, but it really puts things in perspective, and it makes my heart hurt for people who this is the way it is. They're out in it. So we are really, really fortunate that the folks that come through our doors were able to help. Not only feed them and keep them warm and keep them cool in the summer, but give them an opportunity to really transform their lives and deal with some issues, because there's a whole lot more to it than just not having a place to go home to.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, I'm so grateful for you.
Well,
you are incredibly talented and passionate, and I mean, we were just talking a couple days ago, I think on Monday, just about the skills of a couple of our staff, and you are tenacious and passionate, and highly flexible and able to just keep up with anything and everything that's thrown at you. So I'm grateful that you're part of this team.
I don't know. Some days are better than others, but as my daughters often describe me as being, "Mother, you're bold and sassy," and I take that as a compliment. So,
well, I
go.
love it. I
There you go.
love having it as a part of this team.
Yeah.
You do great
Well,
stuff.
I am really proud to share space with you. And as someone said about her, you said the word passion, and that reminded me. It's one thing to be passionate, but a lot of times passionate people don't always get things done. And this person said the difference is Lauren is passionate, but she's determined. And it's determined people that get stuff done. So we are getting stuff done.
Yep. Roll your sleeves up. Gotta
That's
get stuff
right.
done. Well, I appreciate it, JDB.
Okay. I appreciate it too.
Right.
And I will stay tuned in and be greeting people, and
appreciate it.
And I'll
Jamie's
be
keeping up.
keeping
on top of our guests who are coming up, which we have a slightly shorter than average guest coming up next,
so
but really
I'm
excited
turn
for this
the
one.
microphone over.
Yep,
Is that
please.
right?
Yep.
Okay. Awesome.
Please do.
Okay, well, come on up.
All right, our next guest is one of my favorite people in the world.
Well, I think you're her favorite person. There's
the
the microphone.
So you got to hold it tight, my guy. Hello.
This is for the people that
You got to put the put the microphone a little closer to you, and if you'd like to sit, you can. All right. What's up, man? Thank you so much. And what is this for?
People
Yeah, this is for our friends in the mission
that are upstairs.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And so you see that camera right there in front of Mr. Brian, and so so other people can see you right there. And so, can you introduce yourself to our friends who might be watching? Yeah. I can't hear you. What's your name?
I'm kind of scared.
You're kind of scared? No need to be scared. This is Fletcher Klaus. Yeah, you got to talk loud enough so Mr. Brian can hear you. This is Fletcher Klaus. And how do we know each other?
Because she's my mom.
Yeah. And what grade are you in?
Kindergarten.
Kindergarten. Oh, I love that. And do you love kindergarten?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you know that mommy works at Winchester Rescue Mission, and you get to come here a good bit. What's your favorite thing to do here?
To hang out with my family and have some fun.
Yeah. And what kinds of things do you have fun with? Like, what do you like to do? What does that look like?
Usually I would like do like I just did with the money to help people
Yeah. Yeah. You love helping people. I know that.
and make friends.
Mm-hmm. You do like making friends. I think you're really good at that.
I've
I think-
done it like 8 times or more,
8 times or more. Yep.
and I had a lot of friends on my list.
Yeah. I love that. What are you usually? We do this in the mornings, and we usually write down something in our journal that we're grateful for, and we didn't have the opportunity to do that this morning. What's one thing that you're grateful for this morning or today?
Hanging out with my family and having some fun, like
Yeah.
loving my mom.
Aw, thanks, man. I love you too. You're my favorite. You're my fave, my guy.
Can I sit in a rap?
I don't think so, because I got all this stuff, but thank you. And you just started wrestling not too long ago.
Well, Mom, is wrestling canceled?
You get to wrestle this weekend. We'll get you in wrestling this weekend. You don't have wrestling tonight, but all right. What is yeah. Yeah. What do you love most about wrestling?
That I learn from losing and that
Yeah.
I trying to get to my whole season and I'm trying to win.
I love it. Yeah, learn from losing, get through the season, and
I
to win.
lost one, but I won those 2. I felt like I was out of control
Yeah.
and I couldn't
Mm.
and I couldn't move.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to wait until the time was up so we
Mm.
could still wrestle with my shoulders still up,
Mm-hmm.
and he wouldn't get them down because it's like he doesn't know to get his
Yeah.
shoulders down.
Yeah. Fletch, earlier you mentioned that you like making friends and you like helping people. What do you think is one of the ways that you can help somebody who might not have a place to stay? Somebody like we talk about it sometimes, people experiencing homelessness. What's one thing that you think can make somebody what's one way that you think you can help someone?
By letting them have some money and
Mhm.
help them so we can help them have a place to eat
Mm-hmm.
and a place to live.
Yeah. Okay. Good answer, my guy. Really good answer. And what is one way that what's one of your favorite ways to make a new friend? Because I think that that's an important thing.
I asked her name first. Always I would do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I usually would like use my brain to sync what they're feeling by their face.
Okay.
And sometimes when I ask a question and they say no and then they do this like this, I know they're trying to trick me so I don't get what they want.
Oh.
And sometimes they actually
Yeah.
do that to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So asking somebody their name, I think that's a great answer. Trying to understand how other people might feel, right? Trying to understand maybe what their story is, what kind of
And
day
like
that they're having.
scared
Yeah.
would be like if they don't want me to have what they have
Okay.
and like they just they copy what I do almost every day when I
Oh.
do something.
Yeah.
They copy me a lot.
Yeah. Well, I think you're a pretty great guy. You're so good at making friends. I love being your mom. Thanks for sharing with me a little bit about how you make friends and how you help others. I think you gave some great answers, my guy. All right. Can you?
I keep with you.
I've got some other things that I need to talk about, but I thank you so much for sharing with me.
Mom,
Anything?
I want to keep going.
Anything else you want to share? Share one last thing. What else
I
would
wanna
you
keep
like?
sharing.
What else? Man, I'd love to chat with you. You're keeping me warm, but I do have some other things to talk about. If you could give a shout out to anybody, who would you give a shout out to?
Very important shout out.
What is it? Yeah, Paw Paw? Is it Paw Paw?
Hope you guys have a wonderful day, and whoever doesn't not have a home, this is a safe place to come. Have a great day, everyone.
All right. Way to go, bud. That was awesome. All right. I love you. Go get some gloves
Your
on your
turn,
hands.
Grandma. Your
Okay.
turn, Grandma.
Here, go. Go. I love you. Goodbye. Goodbye, young man. Yeah, I think we can just end it on that. Everybody, I hope you have a great day. And if you need a place to stay, you can come to the rescue mission. I think like newscasting or like something, maybe, if as long as he can keep his, tangents in about personal things. But yeah, everybody wants to be Fletcher. So I play, I've got so many really incredible roles, leading the rescue mission, but honestly, being a mom is my absolute favorite. One of the things that I love about the rescue mission is that Fletcher has had the opportunity to grow up here. So he's 5, and this in February will actually be 7 years that I've had the opportunity to work at the rescue mission. So for all of Fletcher's life, he has known nothing but the rescue mission, and so for that, I'm just really grateful. One of the things that I really love is our guys and gals faces when we have volunteers who bring in their families to help serve lunch, and when they see younger kids coming in and getting involved, it really it's really just such a positive thing, I think, for all involved. Fletcher has had the opportunity really to see some of our rescue mission, or some of our residents, through kind of a lot of his phases, as he's grown and he's developed. He's been able to meet just so many really incredible residents, and I'm excited that he'll get to continue to see that. And with that, one of my favorite things is when Fletcher will come in, for dinner or something like that. He'll sit down and he'll get to meet just friends from, some of them are residents, some of them are just our friends from the street, who come in need of food, and we'll sit down and Fletcher will start having a conversation. And so I say that kind of as an invitation. If you are maybe watching and you have a family, and you want to get involved, one of the opportunities to get involved is by volunteering. And sometimes people will ask, can your kids come in? We can definitely work, and we would encourage you to bring in your family. There's certain opportunities that would work obviously better than others, but I think we have the ability to drop like a link to get involved with volunteering. So I'll get Brian to put that up. So if you are interested in volunteering, and I'm assuming that Sam probably discussed that a little bit earlier, but there are just some really incredible ways to get involved and to volunteer. In fact, that is actually how I initially started, and how a handful of our staff actually started here at the rescue mission. So I started off as a volunteer right before our women's shelter opened in 2018. I think it was like the fall of 2017. Excuse me. Brandon was my pastor at the time, and he had invited me out to help just set up one of the fundraisers that we were having for our women's shelter that we were getting ready to open. And I was like, okay. And prior to that, I had served dinner a handful of times with the church, and actually with Shenandoah's field hockey team. So I was decently familiar with the rescue mission, and then I helped set up this fundraiser. And then I think it was maybe a month later, Brandon sat me down at Chipotle, and it was me, Brandon, and his eldest son, Xander. And he's like, Lauren, I think you should be our women's shelter director. And I thought Brandon was absolutely crazy at the time because I had plans to go on to nursing school. And then I mentioned earlier that I thought I would, end up in the medical field doing missionary work in Central or South America. But God had a completely different calling on my life, still doing missionary work, but in my own backyard. So I started off as our women's shelter director, kind of shifted into a new role as our volunteer coordinator. Then I oversaw kind of all of community engagement and a lot of kind of development and outreach and things. And then when the CEO position, when Brandon ended up taking a job with City Gate Network, this was something that I really didn't expect at all, but my goodness, am I grateful for that. So I tell all of that story because I think there's such power in volunteering. I mean, I mentioned earlier on my conversation with Ryan, figuring out really what you're passionate about, what keeps you up at night, what gets you really fired up. And lean into that. If you don't have the opportunity to do that in your work, in your workplace, I'd encourage you to do that with volunteering. Ryan mentioned your time, your talent, and your treasure, and that's an incredible way, really, that you can use, your gifts, your talents, your callings, and support something. Because genuinely, I feel that what you're really passionate about, that's where you can make the most change. And so we're just so grateful. I'm so grateful for our volunteers, all of our volunteers that help make Winchester Rescue Mission happen. We rely about on 20 to 30 volunteers every day. And everything from food ministry to helping, pick up groceries to helping out in Cameron Market when we do our food distribution, helping to prepare and serve meals. We serve a breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day of the week, every week of the year, and our volunteers help make that happen. We've got some rockstar volunteers who help out at our welcome desk, some volunteers who help out in our office doing some clerical things, and we've got volunteers who help lead programs. And so, earlier this afternoon, you heard some conversations around contributing factors, leading causes of homelessness. It's not just a lack of housing, it's financial literacy, socioeconomic things, how to handle relationships, communication skills, those kinds of things. And so we rely on volunteers both individually and kind of as businesses and other nonprofits. For example, the Laurel Center actually comes over. Brandon's on. And so the Laurel Center actually partners with us, and they come over. They're right across the street. They come over. They lead a class on healthy relationships. And so we're just so grateful for all of our volunteers and the many ways that they support Winchester Rescue Mission. So I'm going to hop on here with Brandon Thomas, who is, unfortunately, it's just so hard to hear. He's out in Fresno, and I think it's, 55 degrees. So we'll get to hear from him here in just a little bit. What's up, Brandon? Can you hear me? I sure can. What's going on? How are you? Tell me. How is the weather in Fresno? Ryan Dirk was saying something about it. Jack Crowley was like, what's going on with these guys? How is the weather out there? How are you guys? Oh. If you reverse those numbers, it's colder than that. It's you enjoy your 61 degrees. I think it's like 12 here. 15 last time we checked. Well, yeah, really exciting. Really exciting. Well, man, I'm so excited that we get to, even have the opportunity to do this. One, I think Conversations from a Bench, which is, something you really pioneered, to do that. And two, to be able to talk with, Ryan down in Greenville, and then Kim out in Seattle, and other rescue missions, Matt out in Fresno. What led you, one, to start this event, and two, to start it kind of nationwide. What kind of tell us about the process of that? Mm, 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 wow. Heck yeah. That's awesome. That's absolutely fantastic. So in fact, I was talking a little earlier about how I got started at the rescue mission, and so much of that really was because of you. And I was a volunteer, and then helped out with this. So tell us a little bit, because you started out. I mean, even doing what you're doing now, very differently than I think you would have ever imagined. Doing something that from what you're doing now. So tell us a little bit about how you got into Winchester Rescue Mission, and then how you got into the kind of Citygate network. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, so good. Well, I know I had the privilege of working with you, working for you for six of those years, and I'm just so grateful to have learned from. I feel like one of the best, one of the best leaders in this work, and so I just thank you so much for that. And I know so much of this community also would echo that, and our team too, who also had the privilege of working with you. Now that you're kind of shifted to more of a national level, platform, what are you seeing at kind of the national level? What are you seeing of trends in homelessness that might not just be, siloed to a specific location? What things are you seeing at Citygate Network from a national level? Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 Mm.
To be able to address the family unit that's experiencing homelessness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you cut out just a little bit for that. But you had mentioned, the way that you address, an individual experiencing homelessness is different than the way that you experience, is different than the way that you address a family experiencing homelessness. Could you restate that real quick?
Yeah, so what I was saying is, we've watched a lot of our missions have to pivot what they do because that 36% rise in families experiencing homelessness. So they've had to shift what they do because the way you care for an individual versus the way you care for a family are two totally different things. And I love what's happening here at the Fresno mission. They are actually, you can't see it where the camera's positioned, but they actually just completed and will open next month a family shelter I'm actually sitting on a soccer field that looks like a little minor league soccer field that they put together for families. Over my shoulders, an amazing playground for the kids. I mean, it's pretty remarkable what they've done because they saw that need and have built this shelter to meet that need.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I remember Matt talking about that earlier. I think it was August at the CEO summit. He was talking about that soccer field. I think that's absolutely incredible. What do you think are some of like the major barriers that here at Winchester, as currently we're only able to serve individual men or women who are experiencing homelessness. What are, in your opinion, from what you've seen, some of the biggest barriers to somebody actually exiting a situation from when they're experiencing homelessness?
So one of the barriers that's becoming more and more apparent, and again, we see this all throughout the country, is I've had the last year or so to be able to not just know what's happening in Winchester, but know what's happening all across the country, is how difficult it is and expensive it is to get help. You know, when you're looking at substance use disorder issues, it is very expensive to find recovery and really cheap to stay in your addiction. So that's one of the big barriers to helping people get out of the situation, is just the lack of available resources for somebody to recover. The other big barrier, already kind of mentioned, is just the price of housing. So for all of my Winchester family, I wouldn't even say friends, but family, you know, when the Thomas family moved to Colorado, we actually had a big sticker shock to the price of housing. You know, it was expensive in Winchester, but doesn't hold the candle to what it was like in Colorado when we moved there. And so all that to say, housing is so expensive. So even if you can help somebody recover, the cost to getting into housing is so high, it would almost trigger relapse when somebody realizes how almost out of reach housing is. And so this really is a humanitarian disaster that's going to take a whole lot of resources from different angles to help somebody not only, you know, get healthy and well, but to actually exit homelessness for good.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that. And John Juhl, who was here just a little while ago, I mean, he was talking about rising housing costs, and how Winchester for the last 2 years has been one of the fastest growing kind of metropolitan area in the state of Virginia. And what do you happen to know what the population is there in Fresno?
So the population here in Fresno is about 500,000. It's actually the same population as Colorado Springs. And one of the reasons why I actually chose to come here wasn't just for the weather, but it was because of the size that made it equal to Colorado Springs, where I'm currently living.
So I think sometimes, you know, here in Winchester, we can almost look at homelessness as like this unsolvable issue. What do you think can be done to really help solve it? Like what are you seeing, you know, from your experience here in Winchester to, you know, the opportunities that you've had to connect with other rescue missions? What are you seeing that can really help solve that issue? Because it's definitely one that can just seem like overwhelming and unsolvable. What are you seeing that other rescue missions have done to get creative and helping address some of that?
Sure. So I you know, one of the things I would say first and foremost is I believe homelessness is solvable, and it's solvable. And I believe that really because of my experience in Winchester, the way I watched the community come around and help, that's what gave me the help, the fuel, and the hope to do what I currently do. Because, you know, as I experienced Winchester caring for people the way it did, I know that that's possible everywhere. And so, so I understand the sentiment that it's so overwhelming that there's a fear we can't solve it. I just don't think that's true. And it's what I'm giving my life to say, no, that's not true. We can solve this. And not only what I've, you know, got to experience in Winchester, but also what I've seen around the country, the innovation, like what's happening here in Fresno. It's pretty remarkable. The things that I've seen in Birmingham with the Lovelady Center, and hopefully you get to talk to those guys later today, but one of the most amazing, loving communities of people I've seen is what's happening at the Lovelady Center in Birmingham, Alabama. There are so many great resources all around the country that the more we communicate, the more we work together, the more we're going to be able to create better programs, better services in our missions to tackle the issue of homelessness. And so I have high hopes that in the next couple of years, that continued rise in homelessness that we see we're eventually going to see a decline, and it's going to be an effect because of what the missions of Citygate Network are doing.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely love that. Ryan and I, Ryan Dirk, down in Greenville, he and I were talking just maybe about an hour ago or so, and we were talking about the benefits, that we've experienced with our time with Citygate Network. You've sat kind of on, and I don't want to say both sides, like it's a two-sided thing, but you've sat on a ministry rescue mission side, and you've sat on the side of, working there for and with Citygate Network. What do you think is the biggest benefit of Citygate Network to organizations, different rescue missions and similar organizations?
Yeah, so beyond anything, it's the community and the best practices.
Yeah.
So many people set out to help in the homeless sphere, and frankly, have no business doing it because they don't really know what they're doing, and oftentimes what they do can create it can actually make the problem worse. And what I love about Citygate Network is the sharing of best practices to say it's not okay to have a subpar organization. It's not okay to just be good enough. But if we're going to step into this space, we're not just offering 3 hots and a cot or soup, soap, and salvation. But if we're going to step into this space, we're going to do it with the highest level of integrity. We're going to do it with the highest level of resources that we can get to make sure that we're actually solving the problem. We're seeking outcomes, not just outputs. And what you see in so many organizations that are lone rangers is they will tell you how many people they fed. They will tell you how many people that they slept, but they won't be able to tell you how many people they've actually helped exit out of homelessness because they're unwilling to attach themselves to an organization like Citygate that helps to offer that accountability to make sure that what you're doing actually is credible and well done.
Yeah. Absolutely love that. Ryan and I mentioned both of those things, kind of best practice, and this level of, kind of professionalism and certification that comes with being a Citygate, kind of affiliate member. And the second was the relationships that you get to build. Both Ryan and I were talking about that. And I mean that wholeheartedly. I love, this level of accountability and prayer. I mean, Jack from I can't remember the city.
Water Street in Lancaster.
Yes, Lancaster.
Lancaster. However you say it.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, he'll be offended that you said that. Lancaster. Yeah, I mean, he shot me a message and he was like, "Lauren, just wanted to reach out, tell you that I'm praying for you, and just that I hope your event goes well." And really, that meant so much to me. I've had a handful of people, other leaders within the Citygate Network do that for me, and this has just been an absolutely incredible organization to be a part of, and I'm definitely grateful for it. Definitely grateful.
So as I know a lot of Winchesters hopefully watching, my I guess my sales pitch would be you get the biggest bang for your buck when you're wanting to put it towards actually helping solve something. When you give to an organization like Winchester Rescue Mission that's not trying to be a lone ranger at solving this, but it's actually working within a network, again, for that accountability piece, for that best practices piece, to know that what you're doing is not just a guess and a prayer, but it's because you've worked with really incredible organizations across the country to know how to do what you're doing best.
Yeah. And I know one of the, kind of partner organizations with you guys, and they're actually here in Winchester's ECFA, and the partnership that, Citygate Network and ECFA has is also incredible, because ECFA is, helps to provide some of that financial accountability for rescue missions. And I would agree wholeheartedly. I think, having this certain prestige of, quality of services and of operations and facilities and things like that, and financials, the way we handle our financials, I think is so important to make sure that if we're not doing our best, we have to address that, because we feel so passionately about what we're doing, and we need this level of accountability to ensure that we're continuing to do our best to best serve those whom we have the privilege of serving.
Absolutely. And, what I love so much about rescue mission work is every one of our ministries believe that everybody was created in the image of God, that everybody matters. And so because of that, our level of expertise, our level of excellence matters, because we're serving people that matter.
Yeah.
It's why, I just want to help isn't really good enough, because we're not just helping anybody. We're helping people created in the image of God. And so if we're going to do it, if we're going to walk in this space, we want to do it with the best tools in our belt that we can possibly get.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I love that. That's one of the things that I say frequently, like when I'll go out to the community, is I'll start, and I think it's on our verbatim on our website, how incredible is it that you and I are created in the image of God? And I think that really drives a lot of the work that we do. And by no means does it mean it's perfect. I mean, again, that's a big reason why we're a part of CityGate Network. That's a big reason, why we're continually seeking, further education, but trying to figure out how to love others well. I know that's something that you said and spoken to a lot of our staff here is, loving others well. And that comes with a level of accountability and a level of, just best practice in that. And so, yeah, I'm grateful that we get to be a part of something that holds us to a higher standard and encourages us to do things differently, to kind of shift our paradigm and think of how to do things best. So. Well, awesome. Well, Brandon,
Awesome.
we miss you. I'm so glad to see that you are warm. I'm glad to see that you're doing well out at CityGate Network. Jay, our friend Jay Smith just dropped. He's actually serving dinner tonight with Winchester Country Club. So he just dropped dinner off.
Nice.
He said hello to tell you hello. I think he'll be coming out here in a little bit. But yeah, we miss you, and just I want to say that on behalf of everybody here at the Rescue Mission, our board, our staff, really this community and this organization, we miss you. But we're glad you're doing well. We love you, and we're so grateful for your leadership, the way that you took this organization with such heart, with such passion, and we're grateful to have learned from you and to have been behind you, and just so excited for everything that's still to come. As was previously on your wall here, the best is yet to come, and I believe that wholeheartedly for you, and just so grateful for your leadership and passion in the work that we do.
Well, I will just tell, again, my family, we miss Winchester in a big way. One of the greatest honors of my life was having the privilege of serving as the CEO of Winchester Rescue Mission. The community, you taught me so much, and you have given me really the platform that I have now. And I wouldn't be here, wouldn't be able to do the things that I'm doing had I not had the privilege of serving the Winchester Rescue Mission in the community of Winchester. So please know we love and we miss Winchester, and we think there's not a day that goes by that we don't think of Winchester, and we would long for the day where we can return in some capacity or another. So we love and miss you guys, and so grateful that you gave me the opportunity to serve in Winchester, and I hope I'm doing Winchester proud in all that we're doing.
I believe that you are. I really do. All right. Well, I'm going to thanks so much. First of all, thanks so much for taking the time to chat with me. I appreciate it. I would say it's good to see you, but I actually don't see you, but it's good to talk to you. Although I know I'll call you maybe once a week, twice a week, just to pick your brain on a couple of things when I can't figure something out. And I'm hoping that somewhere in your brain, you have some recollection of something. So I thank you for that. I think I'm going to take a quick break, eat something, and then get back to it. But tell Matt hello, tell him good luck, that we're thinking of him, and enjoy the rest of your, 20 some hours left.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, try to stay warm and enjoy your time.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Brandon.
All right. Yep. Bye.
Bye. Woo. All right, guys. So we're going to take a quick break. Like I said, I'm going to probably try to eat something, might run in, put on another layer. But we will be back here in just a couple minutes. We'll put up a link if you're encouraged to give. I would encourage you to donate. I'll try to do a check on see how much we've got raised so far. And again, another reminder that because of the a really generous supporter of the rescue mission, Shawnee Ruritan Club. We have $1,000 up to $1,000 matching gift. So every dollar up to $1,000 is matched. So we're gonna put that QR code, that link to give up here. We'll come back in maybe another 5-6 minutes or so. Thanks, guys. Oh, cool. Awesome. Well, Jay, it's so good to see you. Excited that you're out here. If you wouldn't mind, for anybody who doesn't have the privilege of knowing you, would you mind introducing yourself?
Yes, I am Jay Foreman. I'm a local author, and I am excited to be here supporting Lauren and the Winchester Rescue Mission. I love that you do this. This is like one of the major local events of the year. I'm so excited to get a slot to be with you today. This is like coming on to the Tonight Show, right? I'm excited to be here, right? I saw there's some big names I'm following here: Barry Lee, Dela DeHaven, John Juhl.
Yep.
You know, who's who out here so
far.
The
who's and the what's. Yeah, we're just so excited for it. Yeah, we've gotten a really great feedback from a lot of those individuals, and just so grateful for it. Grateful for you. And one of the most recent, I mean, you said that you're an author. One of the most recent things that you've done, and we were talking about how you're a huge supporter of the mission. You just recently released one of your books, Bible Stories That Scared the Hell Out of Me.
Yes.
And then you turned around and tell us a little bit about how kind of that book kind of came to be, and then how the idea came to be to support the rescue mission.
Well, it was a book that I've been wanting to write for a long time. Everybody talks about the great Bible stories that are out there, and we all know and love. But there's so many out there that we've never heard of, or that were never talked about or glossed over, maybe for a good reason in Sunday school when we were kids. But they all have such great meanings to them. There's reasons they're in the Bible, and I just wanted to shed some light on those. So I wrote that book. It was about 10 years in the making. Finally got that one out, but I was excited when we did that. You and I got together and put our heads together, and we partnered, and I was blessed to partner with you. What we did, we started an initiative where anybody that picked up a copy of the book and took a picture of themselves and put it on Facebook, $1 for every photo went to the Winchester Rescue Mission. And then a good friend of ours, Rich Weller, came along and he matched that as well. So it was a great fun. I mean, a lot of people got involved in the community, I think, because of it was such a great cause. And I think it was a success. It was fun. And when we decided to do this, I kind of thought about who I wanted to partner with, and you were, I'm not just saying this because I'm on your show right now, you were absolutely number one, top of the list. There's so many great organizations and charities and things to get involved with in this area, but I wanted to work with someone that embodies the mission. And there's so many different organizations out there with people that run them, and you are not just a figurehead. I mean, you share a passion for this, and it makes a difference when the person running the show has a passion and does care and is that involved. So I was very excited to partner with you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So much. One of the other things that you said, you were an author and kind of a very heavily community oriented. I had the privilege of, it wasn't the first time that I met you, but have more conversations with you, was with our community leadership program, and you gave a talk on leadership. So how do you think leadership plays a role, talking about, community development, community engagement? In your opinion, what are the things that you see of how leadership can take a role in making some change in your community?
Well, everything rises and falls on leadership, right? I think leadership and communication are synonymous. And again, that's where you do such a wonderful job with that. The great leaders are the ones out there that cast that vision, or a vision for things that haven't happened yet, the things that aren't seen. A lot of people need a vision to buy into, and a lot of people, a lot of leaders fail where they can't cast or create that vision. So I think that's one of the biggest things we could do, and you've done that from the moment you took this role. Hey, we need another venue. We need to do this. How about this? You didn't just say we needed it. You painted a picture, and you showed us what life would be like if these things took effect. And I think that's one of the best things a leader can do is communicate and cast that vision.
Yeah. And what would you say is one of the, some of the things that, members of the community can do to help support the work of the rescue mission, or really support, individuals who are experiencing homelessness, poverty, food insecurity? In your opinion, what are some practical things that you think just our neighbors can do?
Yeah, it's not hard. And I go back, and I know it's almost cliche now, but time, talent, and treasures, right? I'm big into alliteration.
Yeah, I love that. Our friend down in Greenville, South Carolina, I was talking with him via Zoom, and he said the exact same thing: time, talent, treasure.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I couldn't hear his part, so I wasn't.
Yeah, the audio. We've had a little bit of audio issues, but I think we've got that figured out. But yeah, in your opinion, what does time, talent, treasure look like for you?
Yeah, I think time. A lot of people would talk about volunteering, or we hear getting involved, and lot of us don't know what that first step would be. So it's kind of paralysis by analysis. We just say, okay, we don't know what to do first, so we're not going to do anything. We're just going to keep waiting. Whether it's your time, I mean, everybody has skill sets we can bring to the table. You and I were talking before we went live here. If it's coming here and serving a meal, right? Everybody knows how to do that. We've done that our whole lives, right?
Yeah.
Come show up, serve a meal. If it's your treasure, if you have a few extra bucks to spare, give it to the Winchester Rescue Mission. I know you guys put it to good use. Or if it's your talents, right? We all have unique talents we bring to the table. Think about what you can do. What's the unique skill sets you have? And I'm not putting you on the spot here, but reach out to Lauren, reach out to the Winchester Rescue Mission and say, here's something I have to offer. I guarantee she'll probably be able to find something for you to do, put those talents to good use that helps the entire organization and the good folks that you're involved with here.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And I was sharing a story earlier. Like, I started off as a volunteer, and I really leaned into, breaking down, I think, some of the stereotypes or some of the, misconceptions that I had. I think I was able to break down some of the barriers that I put on myself of what I was able to do. And really, I've just been able to experience so many incredible things, and I would say a lot of our staff has as well. One of the questions that I've been asking a couple people, when talking about homelessness, is when you were a kid, Jay, what did you want to be when you grew up?
A private investigator.
Really?
Yes.
That makes so much sense from the couple of books that I've seen. That makes absolute sense.
Yeah, I wanted to live the Magnum PI life.
Yeah.
That's I thought everything would be driving a sports car, solving crimes. That to me was the life. So that's what I wanted to be when I grew up.
And why haven't you, at least, can you disclose that if you've done that or not? I'm assuming no. Or
no, I have not.
Yeah, okay.
None of these things.
Yeah.
There were a lot of missed opportunities there.
Yeah.
But I actually, in college, I was studying criminal justice.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Because I was like, okay, I am going to go at Radford.
Right?
Wow, you're
okay.
good.
I remember that because I remember the story that you shared about somebody.
I'm scared
came,
what story this is.
No, it was a great story. You got to meet somebody.
Oh, Maya Angelou. Oh, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
good story. So that's
story.
Yep, I remember that. Yeah.
Wow, great memory. Okay.
So
I was studying criminal justice there, and to pass criminal justice, to get a criminal justice degree, you had to pass public speaking. And I was scared to death of public speaking back then. I failed public speaking not once, not twice. I said, there's no way I cannot pass public speaking. So I literally switched majors over to psychology. I said, where are my credits? What's my quickest way out at this point? It was psychology. I said, let's roll with that.
Yeah.
Let's go. So never took public speaking again.
So how did you get? I would say you're probably one of the most talented public speakers in our area. Barry Lee probably is up there too. But how did that kind of come to be?
I think God has a way of saying, when you say I'm never going to do this, he has a way of saying, well, just wait and see.
Yeah.
And here it took years and years, but when I started writing books, when I started about 15 years ago, I found out that it doesn't matter if people have ever heard you speak or not. If you have a book, they invite you to come speak. So I started speaking that way. And then I found it's actually a lot more fun and a lot more comfortable when you're speaking about what you know, what you love, like you do now. We talk about what you love. It comes out, it's authentic, it's genuine, and it's fun, right? Yeah. So that's kind of the roundabout way that I got here.
Yeah.
So,
man, I love that.
You were talking earlier about when we first met. I think that it was the first time that was the chamber leadership, the community leadership program. But then didn't I done some stuff here before when you were? I don't know if you were on staff here or volunteering. We had done some stuff here before. Were you on staff at that point? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So in February, that'll be 7 years.
Oh my gosh.
That I've been here working at the rescue mission. And never thought that I would actually end up doing anything like this. It was started as a volunteer, and then it kind of one thing fell into another. Brandon asked me to join the staff for something that I was like, you're crazy. Like, there's no way that I can do that. I'm going to go study something else. And so it turned into something far beyond and better than I could have imagined. I love what I wake up every morning getting to come into work. And one of the things that Fletcher, I think you've met my son before,
yes.
5-year-old little guy. And one of the things that I'm very intentional on is I don't say I have to go to work. I say I get to go to work. Yep. And that language, because I some days are really difficult. I mean, Barry was talking, he had he had some experience in social work, and just it's really defeating sometimes. You work with absolute heartbreaking situations and defeat and things like that. But really, I love what I get to do, and I really try to be very intentional in saying I get to go to work today. I get to serve at Winchester Rescue Mission. I get to work with a Rockstar team. I get to sit on a bench for 24 hours with people like Barry Lee and Jay Smith and Jay Foreman, and gosh, yeah, it's such an absolute blessing. And I feel like, and maybe you've experienced this in what you've done, you feel like you're contributing something, right? Like I can come to the table and I can provide this, but you end up walking away with things much more than I think you would have ever expected.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's weird. It's because I told the story too when I first started it was the Maya Angelou story actually. When I first started understanding what serving meant, I was like, this can't be right. I can't be doing this right, because in my mind at the time as a young man, I thought serving equaled sacrifice, right? And sacrifice equaled suffering. So if I'm serving correctly, I'm going to be suffering somehow. That's the way it works. But as we both know, no, it's when you serve, it's just it's fulfilling, right? And you walk away feeling better than you were before. You're part of something bigger than you could ever be on your own, and it's just a great feeling. I think it's what we're all put here on earth to do. So, and that's why I'm just so excited that you found where you're supposed to be at this point in your life, and you're literally saving and changing lives out here. So thank you for what you do. I'm hoping every single person that's come out here has thank you for what you're doing. But it's a big deal. It really is.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. And I will say I couldn't do what I do without people like you who are in our corner, who's supporting and advocating for us. And I certainly couldn't do what I do without the team. Really, the team makes it happen. Even just from this event, the team put all of this on, and they help make everything happen that happens here. So,
and you were just to give more flowers to your team here. They're always smiling. They're always happy. That you could tell they enjoy what they're doing. Again, they get to be here, right? In 6-degree weather here in the middle of the night. So, but it's. But no, it's just leader. We talk about leadership. It's also the culture you create too, and you've done an excellent job on the right people in the right places here. It just makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah, I'd agree. You got.
It all comes together.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Can't say enough good things about her. So we need to have a celebrity roast for you one day.
Yeah.
That's the next fundraiser idea. You heard it here first.
You said that in front of the wrong people.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
And you know what? That is really something that I do love about.
This thing is gaining momentum as we speak.
Oh,
I love it.
No, when I was our volunteer coordinator, there was like a group of volunteers that literally created a coup, and like they were like trying to fire me, and I was like, not legitimately, this is not an HR thing or whatever, but like they were trying to like get me fired, and just it's so funny. And so I will say, like, one of my favorite things is getting to talk a little bit of smack with our staff, sometimes with our residents, and I'm hoping that we might be able to hear from them a little later. But I'll walk around, some of our residents, and some of our residents are like Eagles fans, big Philly Eagles fans.
I'm sorry.
I know exactly.
I just talked about the great culture here.
Are you an Eagles fan?
No.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, your time's up. But
No.
just messing and having fun and just laughing with each other, and I absolutely love it. So
Makes a difference. Well,
yeah.
Well, I've got to get going, but I appreciate you. You let me
appreciate
come
you as
back
well.
here this
Yeah.
year. Always a highlight of my year. So I appreciate all you
Yep.
do. Keep doing what you're doing. The community needs you. We love you, and we thank you for everything.
I appreciate that very much.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Cool. Yep, you can just lay that there. Bye, Jays. Both Jays. Are you leaving? Oh, Wes. Awesome. Okay, cool. Come on up, Wes. If you're up for it. Awesome. So that was Jay Foreman. Really excited to have had the opportunity to share with him. And Wes, if you want to come on up, share with you. Awesome. Well, Wes, thanks for joining me on this very chilly evening. If you feel so, if you want to introduce yourself and kind of who you are. And
Sure. I'm Wesley Williams. I'm Wesley Williams, and I've been a resident here for over a year now.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah. And Wes, where are you originally from?
I'm from Washington D.C. area.
Mm-hmm.
My family, they're located in Warrenton area right now.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Wes, I know we've gotten to hear a lot more of your story here recently. A week or two ago, actually, you shared a lot of your story. And you made, not only that, you were really vulnerable in that, but you made breakfast for everybody, which I just got to say, I mean, the fact that you were so vulnerable and you shared your story in such a way, and then you shared that, which is a gift in and of itself, but then you gifted everybody, you know, an incredible meal. So share, if you feel so comfortable, share a little bit about that, why you did that.
okay,
Just share as
so
much as you're comfortable with.
well, I mentioned that, when I first got here, it was very difficult for me. I It was a tough transition, I would say. Battling the things that I had inside of me. I had to give God time to work on the things that I needed to be worked on, and being able to look back over the last year and say, to see the progress I made was really, amazing to me. And I'm never a big speaker, but I feel like I should be able to tell my story a little bit at this point. And food is a way I express myself as well. So that was all part of me being able to tell my story. I helped my family when I was younger in the kitchen, my grandfather, my grandmother. So that was a big deal for me. My grandfather was a chef before me, so that's what inspired me
Wow.
to become a chef. So definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible. I have to share a book with you. It's called Food and Faith, and it
Okay.
talks about how spiritual, food can be,
Yes.
and
Yes.
preparing food. And
Yes.
there's a part in the book that talks about how cooking and baking is almost, or can be, like a form of worship,
It
because you are
is.
so immersed in it, and there's so much manual labor and thought and intention that goes into it. I mean, yeah, and then in sharing it too, we talk a lot about sharing food with intention
Right.
and with dignity and with honor. And I feel like that faith component comes into it, because when you look at Jesus's ministry, so much of it was shared
With food.
with food.
It
You were
was,
breaking bread,
definitely.
and you were sitting with
Yes.
others and having conversation. And I think that's really, to me, both personally and professionally, that's really important, because I think about some of the most difficult conversations that I've had in my life,
Definitely.
and they happen at the kitchen table, and they
Truly.
happen in coffee shops, and the joyous moments, right? They happen around food and in celebration in that. So what are some of, like, your favorite things to make, to cook in the kitchen?
I'm a big seafood guy, so I
Okay.
was raised, my family's from Virginia Beach area, so they're surrounded by water.
Yeah.
So we are big on seafood. I started my career in an Italian restaurant.
Okay.
It's also with a seafood restaurant, but it was a very nice, prestigious restaurant. Food and conversation, like you said, is a big. They go pair. They pair very well together. I think that throughout my career, remember sitting at the dinner table and preparing a meal, having the family come over, sit down, and we do talk about those things that sometimes are difficult, but we also have times that we remember and enjoy. It's a bit of everything mixed into one, and I think with me being able to express myself through food is the way that I speak, because I don't talk a lot. So if you see me around, I don't really speak, but that is a way that I'm allowed to express myself. So definitely.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's such a gift. We were talking I was talking with a handful of others, about gifts and callings and things like that. And I just think your ability to use food to work with food in such a way that ultimately brings people like joy is such a gift.
It is, and it makes me happy to see other people enjoying what I made. So it's
Yeah.
a win-win for both of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I love that you're a part of that. And you were somewhat recently recertified in Serve Safe.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. That was a big deal for me.
Yeah.
I had mine, like I said, when I came here. Once I got here, maybe 2 months after I got here, it expired. So with me having a manager's one, there's two different ones. So I wanted to make sure that I was able to regain the management one, and you guys offer that program here. So that was something I was really concerned about, trying to figure out how I'm gonna pay for it. I know my time is running out, and I turn around and you guys offer it, and you guys also pay for it for us.
Yeah.
So that was a very big blessing for me.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. And I know, I know of our program here, but talk a little bit about like what Serve Safe really is. Like, why is it important for you to have professionally?
Well, definitely. In a professional kitchen, you want to have someone that knows the safety rules, know how to handle chemicals, different type of chemicals, know how to store food properly. You learn how to take temperatures, the proper temperatures for certain foods. There's different temperatures for poultry, for beef, for fish, things of that nature. How long you can let something sit out without it being in the refrigerator, things of that. It's all controlled by, the FDA, and they want to make sure that you have someone in the kitchen in a restaurant setting that has that knowledge so that they can make sure everyone else is doing according to what the rules are of the state. And that's a big deal because you could get people sick, so you want to make sure that you have someone that's knowledgeable of that, and to have people coming into our facility like we do constantly, from outside eating with us. We want to make sure that they're safe too as well. So it's a safety precaution, I think is probably the best way to describe it, but it's also necessary. So it's a necessary safety precaution that we have.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
definitely.
I love that. Well, Wes, thanks so much for sharing your story.
No problem.
I absolutely have loved getting to know you and getting to learn from you and being blessed by your gift in the kitchen. And I know so many of the staff feel the same way. And our residents as well, and so many members of our community. So I thank you. I love you. I'm proud of you, and I'm absolutely blessed to know you.
I
So
appreciate
I
that. I'm
appreciate
blessed to
Wes.
be here. Honestly, it was definitely something that I'm so grateful and glad that I did it. I wasn't sure where I would be at today, but I'm here. And I'm blessed and I'm thankful. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I'll make sure to get that Food and Faith book to you because that's been a big part of my journey. Awesome. Wes, thank you, sir. Appreciate you so much. Ooh. Wes is the best. Ooh, do what? Actually, yeah, coffee would be fantastic. Sorry. At this point, I think I'll just take coffee black. Yep. Oh, I did. Yeah. Yep. I saw Shannon. Nope, we're good. Just black coffee. Yep. Yeah, Wes is absolutely incredible, and he did mention, he's a little soft spoken, a little meek, but his just absolute talent for being in the kitchen is just unmatched, and it's really just been such a blessing for me, and I know so many of our staff that have been able to work with him. Put more hands on. Look at this high quality service. Yep. All right. I think it's getting to the point like where I don't even think it's me not leaning up against the back of the bench. I think it's just so cold that my back's just getting. It's how cold? 12 degrees, still going strong, and we are do some math. 3 hours in. So I mentioned when we first started around 4 o'clock, we will be moving inside because the temperature is going to continue to drop. Hello, Mary Bruce. How are you? Come on up. Yeah, of course.
You're freezing to
I was just talking about the temperature. It's 12 degrees last time we checked.
Yeah.
And we're 3 hours
Yeah.
in, and we're going to end up moving in.
Are you really?
Yeah, we're going to. Yes, ma'am.
I've never met a microphone I didn't like.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to end up moving in around probably between 8:30 and 9:30. We'll
Okay.
be in our cafe, and then we'll come
Yeah.
back out in the morning. So, yeah, just for equipment, staff, guests,
Yeah.
and myself. I'd prefer not
great.
to, acquire
Are you going to
frostbite.
stay up all night long?
I'm going to stay up all night long. And yep, we're going to do it. I have, I had a good friend of mine that said you need to consume between 100 and 200 milligrams of caffeine every hour. So since about 8 o'clock this morning, I've been downing about a cup of coffee
How you feeling?
every hour. Actually, I'm good. I feel pretty awake, pretty alert.
Yeah.
It's only 7 o'clock. I was about to say it is getting close to my bedtime, which, yeah, I know. Wait until 3, and then we'll be. That'll be a different question. But yeah, I feel pretty good. But
I'm glad.
Introduce yourself, if you don't mind,
Alrighty.
for anybody who
Okay.
might not have the privilege of yet knowing you.
I am Mary Bruce Glaze. I am a retired school teacher. I am involved with the Shenandoah Valley Discovery Museum. I'm involved with Shenandoah University. And I'm proud to say I'm involved with the Bank of Clark County, all of which are well entrenched in our community. And I met Lauren, and I knew it was time to get involved with the Winchester Rescue Mission. I'm inspired. I'm curious.
Yes, curiosity. Love that.
Very curious. And I don't want that curiosity to stop me or stymie me. I want it to go forward. And Lauren kept saying something about the stigma. And what I would like is for you to talk about the stigma, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So I can't even remember the very first time that you and I met. I think it was at a CCAP meeting. Either way, and we've mentioned this a little bit earlier this evening, is kind of the stigma that might surround homelessness, these preconceived notions that we might have from a handful of reasons. Either we might have experienced something personally with somebody who's experiencing homelessness. We might have been told something. I think a lot of times society can tell us certain things about, a certain population, such as people who are experiencing homelessness. And I think when we see someone who is experiencing homelessness, I think a lot of times what we're initially thought of is the stigma of, these individuals are lazy, they're drug addicts, they're bums, they're choosing it, they're winos, and they just want a handout, right? They're dangerous. A lot of times we'll get that. And I think that stigma exists, again, for kind of a handful of reasons. But one of the things that I've, encouraged you in and encouraged many other people is when you walk into a situation, lead with curiosity. Try to ask yourself, I wonder what this person's story is, right? I wonder, and one of the best things that I would say that you can do is ask them their name. And you don't have to get into very personal details, but just leading with curiosity, not initially making the assumption that this person is just choosing this, that this person is automatically, dangerous or things like that. But there's the stigma, acknowledge that there's this stigma that exists, but then take some measures to ask some questions, both of yourself and to educate yourself on the contributing factors to somebody who might, be in a different situation than you. What might have led them to doing this? That's something I shared a little bit about my story. Is, I started as a volunteer here at the Rescue Mission, I think maybe 8 years ago, and I certainly had my own preconceived thoughts as to why, somebody might end up homeless. And over the years, I have come to know, and I was Zooming with Brandon not too long ago.
Here? I mean, is he on this
He's out actually in Fresno, California, but we set up a Zoom call for him to talk to us about that. And talking about initially I was a volunteer, and then I've come to love the people that we work with, right? And one of the things that really grounds us when we do have this, the stigma is, how incredible is it that all of us are created, I believe, in the image of God, right? And at the end of the day, underneath all of it, everything, we're each created in the image of God, and I need to treat every individual that I encounter based on that, right? Despite any other circumstances, despite any kind of criminal record, despite any kind of diagnoses, despite anything else, that individual is a friend and is created in the image of God, right? And then kind of above that, I asked a couple other friends, is when you were little, what did you want to be when you grew up?
I wanted to be a teacher.
You want to be a teacher. And so
I still want to be a teacher,
right?
But I also want to keep learning. And that's what you're doing for me.
A lifelong learner. And I love that. I absolutely like I have a personal mission statement for myself, and that's in it. I want to be a curious, lifelong learner. That's in it. So, after we're all created in the image of God, that next level is when we were little, we all said we wanted to be a teacher. We all wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to be a cowgirl. In fact, inside in my office, I've got a little aluminum lunch box that has a cowboy on it, because that's what I wanted to be, right? When I was in kindergarten, I wanted to live that lifestyle. And so all of us at some point said, I want to do this when I grow up, and I want to be this, and I want to achieve this, and I want, this. None of us actually said, I want to be homeless when I grow up. I want to be in poverty. I want to be food insecure. I want to be addicted to substances, right? And so behind all of this, all of us created in the image of God, all of us had a dream, right? And so I think because of, certain barriers and certain life events and diagnoses and things like that, right? Those were contributing factors to somebody now, on the street, living on the street, right? Without a house, without a home. And so we, at the rescue mission, that's something, that we try really hard to do, is create an opportunity, create an environment for people to dream again, right? To go back to that, to trace it back down. You were created in the image of God, and you once had a dream. Let's get you back to re-realizing what that
your
dream was.
Can be.
And is and can be, right?
The other thing is how you imagine yourself. And I'll never forget sitting in your office when you talked about the curiosity and the stigma. I immediately thought, what have I done wrong? There's a stigma out there? I've got my stigma. Is that it? And I took it as how do I get myself over that? And it's still, you're teaching me every day just by the life that you live and lead to, you maybe you had some ideas about what was going on. The one thing that has guided me through many opportunities, whether it be with those that don't have a roof over their head, who are hungry, who are addicted, ask them their name. Ask them their name. My niece is visiting, and she said, "Where are you going?" I told her. The first three things I said to her: curiosity, stigma, and ask them their name. And it certainly allows you an opportunity to see that image of God and to know we are here together. We can't fix it all the time. But we can help. And your willingness to continue to want to teach our neighbors and our community is an inspiration. When you take one-on-one time, you sit out here in the freezing cold on a bench. And when you brought the movie, what was the name of the movie? I'm still waiting for the big thing to come out. Has it come out yet?
Not quite yet. It will be it will be released very soon. The documentary was Americans with No Address.
Oh my goodness.
And then the movie comes out here, I think, in just another couple of weeks.
Is it called Americans with No Address? The movie.
The movie is No Address.
No Address, but the documentary.
The documentary was Americans with No Address.
And
so we got to be
all of how so many people like yourself that have addressed it in their community and what is successful. My takeaway is ask them their name, know who they are, and be done with it.
I think I would argue that really the root cause of homelessness, beyond mental illness, mental health, physical health care, or the lack thereof, things like that, socioeconomic factors, financial literacy, everything like that. Beneath that is broken relationships, right? And all of us, no matter if we're housed, unhoused, where we live, right? We need relationships. That is part of the human experience. There's so much beauty in that, right? I feel like I'm living my life well when I am in good relation with myself and with those whom are around me, right? And so we put such an emphasis on that. And one of the first ways that you can build relationship with another person is to know who they are just by asking them their name. And so many individuals that, we work with will say, people would walk by me and they wouldn't even look at me. They wouldn't even make eye contact with me. Some people have even said, they went months without even speaking their name. I like that nobody asked them their name and they didn't get to say, my name's Lauren, my name's Mary Bruce, my name's Brian, my name's Brandon. And so
my name's Sam. Where's Sam?
Yeah, he left. He'll be back.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I
gotta meet Sam.
Yeah, Sam's rock star. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I say that about all of our staff, but particularly Sam. Right. And there's so much value. You can't make any progressive, movement forward if there's a broken relationship with yourself and with those whom are immediately around you, right? And so getting to know somebody's name, asking them their name, and making eye contact, right? So important. I feel like there's, policies and procedures and best practices. All of those are really important. But I say it boils down to just finding out somebody's name and starting to build relationship with them, at least giving them an opportunity to be seen. That's what all of us need. Some of us are a little more outgoing than others. Yeah, we need to be seen and we need to be heard. Yeah, I see you. Right? And there's so much value in that. I don't think that would solve, that won't eradicate homelessness just by doing that. But I think it just builds the foundation. I see you, you're seen, and you're worthy of being seen. You have such innate dignity and such innate value. I don't give it to you, you have it.
One thing that you and Janie and the rescue mission gave me, which is a very simple thing, is the card that you hand to those people who are asking for money. Mm-hmm. And I find myself, when I roll down the window to hand that to them, the person that's asking for money, I feel like I see them and I hear stories. I haven't gotten to the point where I'm asking their name yet. Yeah. But I hear stories. And it's such a small token of, here, I see you. The other day I was at a Dollar Tree and it was freezing cold, and the woman working the counter said, I wish I had a way to help all the people that are coming in looking for warmth. And I remembered I had those cards in my car. So I went back, got them, and took them to her. But it gave me an opportunity to have a conversation and connect with her and to know that she was seen. What she wants to do, she can do. And she said, thank you so much, because there's a woman that lives, she thinks she lives at, is there a Sheetz out there? I don't know. Out Berryville Avenue. Maybe she lives at the Shell station. Yeah. But that's where she lives. Yeah. And this woman saw her. And it's wonderful that you have given me the courage to get beyond my stigmas. I'm not going to tell you that it still doesn't hurt to use that word.
Yeah. I think we all, carry our own stigma, carry our own, preconceptions about things. And I think consistently challenging those and just digging a little deeper and figuring out, why do I actually think this way? Is it really true? Or am I just making assumptions based on other things? And maybe it is true. Maybe it very much is valid. But I think we're doing ourselves and our neighbors such an injustice if we don't consistently challenge, the way that we think.
Well, you have done that to me.
Well,
I have brought it to my grandchildren. I have brought it to my friends. And I do it with the understanding that, yeah, I've got a stigma. I got to work on that. But here, let me help you work on it too. Let's see our community, all of our community, the community that's hurting and the community that's not hurting.
Yeah.
And the community that wants to help.
Yep. I absolutely love that. And I love that you're part of it. And I love that you're asking questions. I love that you're here and supporting us in this way. And I'm here to help. I might not have the answers. I certainly don't. I'm no expert, but yeah,
You've done a great thing, Lauren.
I appreciate
You're
that.
doing a great thing.
I appreciate that very much.
And I'm glad you still have Brandon there to guide. And I am really glad that Brandon has you to take the Winchester rescue mission to a whole new level.
I look forward. I feel like the best is yet to come, very much. So
yeah,
I appreciate that very much. Well, thank you for coming out.
Yeah,
I very much appreciate it, and I loved.
Do you have a
chatting
full
with you.
docket for the rest?
For the rest, we've got a couple other phone call, or maybe a couple other Zoom calls. We have, I think, some other residents are going to come out, and then I think maybe one or two of our staff are going to come out in like the middle of the night, which I'm excited for.
Your staff is amazing, and your mother is the best.
I know it. Yeah.
Shout out to Lauren's mom.
Yep, they didn't do a absolutely terrible job of raising.
No, well, that's whose opinion.
I'm the youngest of four, and
never mind.
I am so grateful for just such a loving family and incredibly supportive parents. They've done a tremendous job of supporting me, of supporting the rescue mission in so many ways.
There's a little bit of creativity there too.
Lots of creativity. I have the outgoingness, I feel like, of my mom, and maybe the patience a little bit of my dad.
So you don't get a pair of scissors and some glue and glitter and make it happen?
A little bit of that, you know, a little bit of that. But my whole family are engineers. By almost all my family. 2 sisters went to school for engineering. My mom and my dad actually went to school for engineering, and I just say I'm the black sheep of the
you
family.
Are not.
But
you, my dear, are an engineer of people.
You know what? I will coin that. I love that. I absolutely love that. I really do. That's good. That's the first time I've heard that, and I love that I get to.
And don't ever think that you're not.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Love that. So, I'm grateful to be a part of what I get to be a part of in the ways that I get to. So,
and as time goes on, this isn't the last time I'm going to be here.
Yeah.
On a cold night, I promise you. I have promised you
a
long term, but I'm not giving up on my promise.
I look forward to it.
All right.
Very much. Well, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you always. Likewise, I feel the same. Very much so. Well, awesome. You can just leave that hanging out there. Thanks for coming out.
Go inside?
9-ish. Yeah, right. Whenever. We might not actually go. No, I'm just kidding. We're definitely going inside. Brian's like, we're going. Awesome. I'm just. Mary Bruce and I, we were talking about leading with curiosity and asking questions and, challenging what I would call kind of like our paradigm, like the way that we see things and the way that we believe in things. Brian Pierce Gonzalez, he was, I believe, our second person that was here this afternoon, and he talked about the way that we in society can kind of see things, and there's this kind of caste system of sorts. I just think that it's so important for us, no matter what role we have to play in this. If you are a city or county official in kind of a more of a professional manner, if you are another nonprofit provider, if you are just a neighbor of ours and you're trying to figure out, how to get involved and how to help tackle homelessness and the other contributing factors and issues that go into it. I think really just being pretty vulnerable. That's one of our like core values here, is that, and just saying, hey, I see this problem or this situation in this way, and can you help me understand? Can you help me understand really what homelessness is? Can you help me understand what the contributing factors are, and asking that, and challenging us? I mean, we were talking some about, doing our best to learn from other rescue missions who are the experts in the field. But challenging us and questioning us, in the things that we're doing, because we want to do our absolute best, and challenging the ways that we think. So what I'm gonna do here at 7, it's about 7:15. Yeah, I did not, and are there questions? Okay, yeah, can you type them in our, oh, your fingers don't work. Yeah, would you read off one of our questions? So one of the things that Sam, our community engagement coordinator, did was, and we can put that link, there's going to be a link up here. So if you've got questions that you want to ask us, you can either include them there in that link, or you can just drop them in the comments section if you're following with us live. Any questions that you have, maybe it's homelessness, poverty, mental illness, substance abuse. Maybe it's how to get involved. Maybe it's, I don't know, like what you wanted to be when you grew up. I don't know. I'd love to hear it. And I will do the absolute best that I can to answer those questions. All right. So one of the questions that we got was, I'll let this truck drive by. What can private citizens do to help individuals who are unsheltered? We heard from a couple of people is the idea of time, talent, and treasure. And so what that looks like is time, dedicating your time, whether that's volunteering, or maybe you feel so called to maybe, actually work for an organization that works for or works to provide shelter for, people who are unhoused. So volunteering, figuring out, like really digging deep and figuring out what you're really passionate about, what keeps you up at night, what really gets you fired up. And learning to volunteer in that, not only what you're passionate about, but what are you good at, right? Like I joke a lot that I do not like I do not like spreadsheets, right? Like Excel and I is a no-go. So I know that that's not something that I'm good at, but what I do really love is getting to interact with people. So I lean into what am I passionate about? And what do I feel like my talents are? And I'm able to use that, to leverage that. And really, I feel like, in my opinion, do the most good and love others well in that. So that's the way that you can use your time, is to volunteer. Figure out what you're good at, figure out what keeps you up at night, use that, find an organization, and get plugged into that. Second thing is time, talent. Well, I did talk about talent. Using, what you're really good at. What are you talented at? What resources do you have to help, get plugged in and do the most good? I will also say, do some research, be a good steward of all three of those things. And what I mean by that is, do your research on the organization or organizations, if there's multiple, that you want to support in that way. As a 501c3, it's a government term, IRS term for your nonprofit, right? Do your research on that. Figure out, how is the organization that you want to get involved with? Are they fiscally responsible? How are they governed by the board? Ask them some difficult questions. I'll be totally honest. I've gotten some of those questions before, and I love those. I want people to challenge us, because I want people who really want to do their most with their time, talent, and treasure. So do your research on the nonprofits that you're interested in supporting. Ask them some tough questions to make sure that you're being the best steward of your time, talent, and treasure. Treasure is that third thing. So that can be financial resources, right? We do what we do we're able to do what we do because we have the lights on, right? We're able to have the lights on a night as frigid as this. we're able to do what we do because we're able to pay, our heating bill and things like that. And so the people that invest in the rescue mission, who believe in our mission, who believe in the people that we have the privilege of serving, right? They donate, they steward their funds in a way that's able to make all of that happen. So, donating your financial contributions, and there's a handful of ways that you can do that as well. And I believe we'll hear from some of our board members, I think potentially later this evening, if not tomorrow morning. And we'll talk a little bit more about, specific ways to give. But yeah, there's just some really incredible and creative ways that you can give. Some of the things that we've seen some people do is host a fundraiser, like maybe one of your, and you can combine all of those, is, to benefit the rescue mission, both with your time, talent, and your treasure, is to like host a fundraiser. So we've seen some individuals who do something as simple as like a bake sale, right? And so they host a dinner party, or they'll have their company sponsor us with a percentage of their income for the month, or some of their employees will come in and volunteer with the rescue mission. There've been a handful of organizations and businesses that have just been phenomenal supporters of us. Monoflow is a big supporter, just rockstar community supporter in general. Henning Rader and his team out there at Monoflow are just, I'm consistently blown away. Every time I turn around, they're doing something new and creative, and just incredibly generous to the community. And so we're grateful for them. Navy Federal Credit Union is absolutely rockstar as well. They actually helped us set up our Christmas decorations, and then we're actually going to help us with taking them down. And so there's some really creative opportunities that you can do to get involved. Just really incredible opportunities that you can do or participate in to help individuals who are unhoused. I am keeping track of questions on here, so you guys can keep them coming. Janie, thanks for keeping up with us. Stacy, I see that you're watching. Victoria, it is good to see you that you're following with us. Sarah, hello. Della, hello. Devin, hey. Thank you, sir. I hope you are also warm. Mike Molden and Jay Smith, I see that you guys are following along with us as well. So thanks for that. Appreciate it. Brian, were there any other questions that you saw on there? I did not.
No, it came through YouTube, actually. Sorry. It says, what's the largest cause of homelessness in Winchester?
Ooh. All right. What is the largest cause of homelessness in Winchester? Before I answer that, I'm going to put this on. Put my glove on here. All right. Largest cause of homelessness in Winchester. I would argue, and I'll phrase this in a particular way. I wouldn't say it's a direct cause. I would say it's the root cause, and it's what I just shared with Mary Bruce. I would say that the root cause of homelessness, beyond anything else, really is broken relationships. And so we have to, everything that we do, all the policies, all the facilities, our programs, our procedures, everything has to be built on this foundation that everything that we do has to be relational. It has to be built on having a solid relationship with yourself and with those immediately around you, right? I would say contributing factors to homelessness, what I see really is mental illness, and either undiagnosed or untreated mental illness, and kind of under that umbrella is substance abuse as well. I would say that's a huge contributing factor to homelessness. We've also discussed cost of living, which all of us really have felt the effects of, right? The cost of food, the cost of rent, or the cost of, purchasing a home, interest rates, if you are, financing a home, those kinds of things have a significant effect. When John Juhl from Frederick County was out here earlier, and a couple other people have mentioned it, Winchester's an incredibly quickly growing community, right? Which is great. Growth is great. We're bringing new people. That means new ideas. That means new businesses and more job opportunities. That's great. But with a growing community also comes the need for more housing. And the housing, in my opinion, is not quite keeping up with the amount of people that are here. So what we're seeing is a large population of people, and it's a term, it's called doubled up. And what doubled up means is that you have 2 or 3 individuals, or like 2 or 3 families, right, that are living with each other. When in most cases, if cost of living weren't a concern, they would not be living with each other. So we're seeing a really big uptick in the doubled up population. And I think what I would say is, if this doesn't really get solved, if we can't really tackle some of these other issues, is that doubled up population is going to end up trickling into, or really not even trickling, I'd say like floodgate into truly homelessness. We're talking about, individuals who are kind of on that cusp of homeless. Andrea from CCAP mentioned, their homeless prevention, and there's a term, it's called ALICE, the ALICE population. ALICE means asset limited, income constrained, but employed. That's, I think Dan mentioned, it was previously termed the working poor. We're going to see a shift in that, of more individuals who are truly homeless, not just doubled up, not just couch surfing, but truly homeless because of cost of living, and things like that. So, and actually, and this is a kind of a plug for what's going to be going on tomorrow here and really kind of around the country, is across the U.S. once a year, in January, HUD, which is the Housing and Urban Development, they do something, they put on something that's called the point in time count. And the point in time count, again, happens once a year. And the COC, which is the Continuum of Care, goes out. They partner with other organizations. We're a part of them. Watts is a partner with them as well. And they count the number of individuals who are experiencing homelessness. They gather data. It's completely voluntary. They gather data on these individuals. It's anonymous as well. They gather information to ask actually these questions. How long have you been experiencing homelessness? How many times have you experienced homelessness? Do you have a diagnosed mental illness or physical illness? What would you say are the factors that have led you to experiencing homelessness? And so that is, in general, decent information, and it's good information. We need to be able to track that, because if I'm honest, I really don't think we have a great grasp on how many individuals are truly homeless, right? If you look even across the country, right? And HUD just released, Brandon and I were talking about it earlier, HUD just released kind of expected numbers, and because they have not yet done the point in time count. They have not yet done the point in time count, but they're projecting that homelessness has increased 18% only in the last year. The year prior to that, Brandon mentioned 11. I thought it was 13, but I mean, the year prior, it increased between 11 and 13%. This past year increased 18%. And so we've just seen a big shift in that. But the point in time count, not 100% accurate, right? If anybody who's experiencing homelessness is going to find a place to stay, they're going to find a place to stay on a night like tonight. I mean, it's single digits here. It's single digits or less in so many parts of the U.S. right now. And so it's difficult to capture a really accurate picture of what homeless numbers look like. And so there's a couple different ways I think that we could better capture some of that data. But I just want to make you guys aware, share with you that that's actually happening here at the rescue mission tomorrow. That's actually a big reason why we're going inside, and we're not staying inside a little longer, because we're just so incredibly proud to partner with the COC, and we want to make sure that we capture as much data and as accurate of data as we can. And so we are actually a host site for the point in time count. And so people can come to us, take the quick survey. And so we are shifting from our cafe space tomorrow morning around like between 8 and 9, because those guys are coming in for a couple hours to make sure that can happen there. So you'll see us shift probably here in another maybe hour and a half to 2 hours. See us make that shift from being out here to inside, and then tomorrow morning we're making that shift again from inside to outside. So just giving you guys kind of a heads up that will probably be down for about 30 to 45, maybe upwards of 60 minutes when we're making that transition. So we'll still keep it going, I believe, but you just won't see us. We'll have a couple of opportunities to or a couple slides to keep you guys posted, but we're planning on shifting inside this evening, and we'll give you guys more of a heads up when exactly that will happen, and then moving back out tomorrow morning. So should be good. I'm gonna put you guys on a brief hold. I'm actually going to end up eating dinner. I know that I said that I was going to do that earlier, but as is the way of the rescue mission, there were a couple of things that came up that didn't allow me the opportunity to eat dinner. So I'm going to eat a very cold dinner because it's been sitting there for a little bit. And then we'll be back in about 5 minutes. One of the things that we haven't talked about is the new building a whole lot, Valley Avenue. And I know you guys probably have a good bit of questions. So I'm going to ask you guys, or I'm going to say two things. One, if you have any questions about Valley Avenue or, expansion or our programs, drop those in the comments. And when I get back from eating whatever is deliciously prepared for me for dinner, I'll answer those. And then two, I'll probably ask my team to put up some of the pictures that we have from Valley Avenue from our groundbreaking ceremony. Yep, so we'll just put them up from groundbreaking. Y'all stay tuned. Give me 5 minutes. I'll eat this, and then we'll come back with a good friend of ours of the mission. So appreciate you guys. Keep the questions coming. Thanks for coming out and joining us in this 10, 12 degree weather. We're
Something like that.
Something like that, somewhere around there. It's cold enough. I won't ask for it to get any colder. But introduce yourself to
Okay.
our guys and gals.
I'm Mike Molden. I'm the pastor at First Christian Church in Winchester, 75 Merriman's Lane, 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. If you're interested in joining us, love to have you.
Yeah, awesome. And how are you involved in the rescue mission?
We, the church is involved. We come every third Saturday of the month to serve supper. Always look forward to doing it. We have 4 different groups to come and to volunteer and get volunteers to come with us. And, it's one of those things where you look at it, we're going to be a blessing to the rescue mission and serving this meal, but we always end up being the ones being blessed. Residents are always so gracious and helpful and thankful, and just a real pleasure to be here doing that.
Yeah. And you guys not only do that, but you're also a host site for
Watts.
As well. And you guys set up your chapel, and I think last year we came in and some of our staff
served one
helped
of the meals.
prep the meals.
That was great.
Yeah.
Are you on again this year?
Yeah.
We were just talking about that this morning, actually.
Okay. Yeah. Put us on the calendar. I am volunteering the team again to do something.
Okay, Laura,
but
you hear that? They're on board.
Yeah. Great.
Put them on your schedule.
Yep. So
it was great. Really good. Yep. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
We enjoyed having you all. Meal was great. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. So Mike, you're heavily involved in the work. I feel like not just in the church, not just here at the mission, but really I think overall in the community. What role do you think the church has to play in tackling such a complex issue like homelessness?
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. I was listening to and watching the broadcast as I was coming in, and you were talking about relationships. And I think that's the big key to it. I won't mention any names, obviously, but one of the Watts guests from several years ago, him and I had a pretty good relationship at the end of the week. And he actually ended up coming to the rescue mission the week after because he didn't have any place to go otherwise for his home. And he would call me each Sunday morning, and I would come pick him up here in the alley behind the rescue mission, take him to church. And he didn't come for several weeks, and I was concerned about him. But he had actually gone to Northern Virginia to a rehab facility, was involved down there, and he would call me every once in a while. And he contacted me just recently, and he's in Richmond now, going through a program down there. And he texts me every Sunday morning after the service is over and lets me know that he'd been watching the service. He asks me some kind of question and just check in. And those kind of relationships are neat. They really are.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about, and
I figured you probably did.
Yeah. And man, I'm so grateful that we got
and that's always kind of been our goal with the Watts program. We love serving the Watts meals and love having them there at the church. It's been a great event for the church. We come together as a community to serve, and our goal has always been to find that one person who's looking for that extra hand just to get to the next step. And each year we've always been able to find that one person that's looking, that's that close to being where they need to be. And we've been able to help them get to that next step, which has been great for the church and great for the community as well.
Yeah.
And we still keep some of those relationships. It's not unusual to have 4 or 5 of those folks that we built those relationships with us on Sunday morning. And that's really neat.
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. And prior to us kind of being live, we talked about the idea of hope, right? What role do you think in this kind of line of work? And, you're talking about, rehabilitation and then sobriety and in recovery and in homelessness. What do you think, how do you think that idea of like hope and, that idea of, and our experience, Christianity, but in spirituality has to play in those?
I think it's a key thing, and that's one of the big reasons that we partner so much with the rescue mission, is because of that hope that they offer through Jesus. There's other organizations where they can get financial help or help with clothing or different things like that, but it's really the spiritual connection, the Christian connection with Jesus, which is why we partner so much with the rescue mission, because you all do offer that hope beyond what's here in this world.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we frequently say, is we focus so much on homelessness, and we focus on a lot of things like workforce development and financial literacy and healthy relationships, health communication skills, all kinds, all of those things, all really great things. Mental health care, physical health care, those kinds of things, partnering with those organizations who can do that. But personally, I feel really not okay if we do all of those things, but we don't address, I think, this need for us, because I feel like we are very spiritual beings, right? And we were talking earlier how I feel like we are each created in the image of God.
Absolutely.
And if we cannot create an opportunity for people to see that and feel that, at least planting a seed, then we're doing.
And that's all we are anyway, seed planters. We have no control over what God does through them, through the work. But we can plant that seed and let God water it, or let somebody else water it, and let God produce the increase. Let God produce the fruit in it.
Yeah.
But we have to plant those seeds.
Yeah, and I think that's we're so grateful for you and the way that you do that. And there's just so many other churches that support us in that way as well. You also help support not only serving dinner and not just hosting at Watts, but you come out and you hang out with the staff a good bit.
Every once in a while,
every once in a while, yeah. When we've got all staff
when I can
meetings.
find you.
Yeah, right. And so that's such a blessing to me, and such a blessing to the staff. We really appreciate that, kind of spiritual mentorship. And tell us a little bit about why. How that started, because I think it started with Brandon. And then kind of what that's looked like, and why you do that, and what that looks like.
I think part of it, as a pastor, you just care for people. You should care for people anyway. If you don't, you're in the wrong line.
Yeah, absolutely in the wrong business. Not business.
Right. Wrong field.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's part of it, because you all need care just as much as the residents do. Maybe don't have the physical needs that they do, but you all take a tremendous toll mentally and physically as well, but emotionally. It's a big burden to carry, because you all are pastors too. You may not have that official title of pastor, but you're pastors in the fact that you care for people outside of the physical realm. You're looking to meet their needs in every way that you can. And just to be able to do that for you, for the rescue mission and the staff, has been a real blessing to me to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And I look forward to doing that.
Yeah.
And hope it continues.
Yeah.
I remember when Brandon left, I came to you. I said, "No, what's your name again?" One of those brain fog things.
Yeah.
I came to you and said, "Don't feel obligated to keep me as the rescue mission chaplain if you have a different direction that you want to go." And you've asked me to stay on, and it's been great.
Yeah.
Great relationship.
Yeah, I would agree. I love seeing you. I love having you at some so many of our staff's conversations, because you mentioned caring for those who are caring for others,
right.
and you do it in your role. You are called to serve and to love others, and in some capacity carry the burdens of others, and I think, that can definitely wear on you. And I think having you support us in that way just really means such a great deal.
And you all support me in that world just as well. You may not realize it, but you really do.
Yeah, I believe that. I trust that. I was talking earlier with Jay Foreman, and the idea of, when we feel like we're serving others, we also get something in return that I don't think we actually thought that we would. I absolutely believe that. So what are, we've talked a little bit about this with a handful of individuals. In your opinion, what are some kind of practical ways that you think, if you were speaking to members in your congregation, or if you were speaking to, our neighbors across from the train tracks on North Kent Street, to get involved, what would you, encourage them to do to support individuals experiencing homelessness, or supporting Winchester Rescue Mission?
As far as supporting Rescue Mission, I think all goes back to relationships again. I see often Sam will post on the volunteer app, looking for people to come in to play bingo, or the desk.
Yep,
welcome desk.
Yep.
Those may seem like just a little thing, but it's a big help to the mission,
Mhm.
and it helps you to build relationships with the people that are in the mission.
Mhm.
You know, and I just think that's where it has to start.
Mhm.
Because if you don't have that relationship, I remember one year it was the first year that Laurie and I had helped with the Watts program, and we helped serve a meal that night. We were coming in to pick her it was on Saturday night, and we were coming in town to pick her grandmother up for church on Sunday morning.
Mhm.
And a guy walked across the street in front of us, and I just started crying.
Mm.
And Laurie said, "What are you crying about?" I said, "That same guy walked across the street last week,
Mm.
and he was a homeless person.
Mm.
And we just served him supper last night
Mhm.
in Watts program. But now he's got a name.
Mm.
I know that guy's name now.
Yeah.
And it made all the difference in the world.
Mhm.
And just, a homeless person walking across the street, and now it's somebody has a name,
Mhm.
walking, and it's just makes a huge difference when it has that personal aspect to it.
Mhm.
It's not just a person; it's actually somebody with a name, and kind of know their story.
Mhm. Absolutely.
And any way you can build those relationships it's beneficial to everybody.
Mhm. Yeah, I think that's really the foundation of everything that we do. And I've had a couple conversations. Mary Bruce earlier is, first understanding that we are all created in the image of God.
Mhm.
and equally.
Yeah.
Right. There's so much beauty in how different you and I look, and how different of talents Brian and I have.
Sure.
And
God uses all of them to
and
work
God
together.
uses all of
Yeah.
it, right? And I think like that's such a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And when it comes to, I think, making a difference, it really can just come down to making a difference when it comes to homelessness for an individual experiencing homelessness. How can you help that? Just as as a neighbor, is getting to know that, just asking that
Sure.
person's name,
Yeah.
or just making eye contact
Yeah.
with them.
Right.
I think that's so.
And the eye contact's a big deal.
Oh yeah,
It's a huge deal.
hmm yeah, absolutely. One of the things, there's a book that I'm reading right now. It's called Radical Hospitality.
Okay.
Have you read that?
I've seen it. I've
Okay.
not read it.
A lot of it, and I hope I'm not catching you off guard, but I just feel like when you look at the life of Jesus, and you look at really what he fought for, what he laid down, his life for, was this idea of radical hospitality. And so we try to reflect that. So in your opinion, what do you think being radically hospitable looks like? What does hospitality mean to you? What does that look like?
Going out of your way to open a door for somebody.
Yeah.
I don't want to say inconvenience, but I think about the story of Jesus walking through the street, going to the centurion's house to heal his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And the woman with the issue of blood comes up and touches him on the edge of his garment. Instead of just walking on past, he stops and he looks at her and he calls her daughter and he reaches out and touches her.
Yeah.
When the easy thing to do, crowd of people around him, he's in a hurry, just keep walking. But he stopped because that one person that needed his touch and needed that extra something from him, and he took the time to do it. And that's what we're called to do.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I also think the story of the Good Samaritan, right?
Right.
And you very well, you very well just could have continued, walking past,
just like everybody else did.
Just like everybody else
Yeah.
did. But you took the time to, temporarily bandage them, support them in the ways that they needed, provide this, the help that they needed, and then go out of your way, inconveniencing you, right, to support them and
Right.
putting them in the inn, right?
Sure.
Talking to the innkeeper, saying, "Take this. I'm gonna
Yep.
cover his stay, and if
Yep.
he needs to stay beyond his stay,
Right. I'll be back in a
I'll
couple
be back.
weeks. Let me know what else.
you let me know, and I'm
Right.
covering that."
Yeah.
Right. I think that's radical hospitality at its absolute
Most
finest.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I feel I have to share that book with you because it's such a. I'm about halfway through with it. I have the terrible time I'll like find a book that I get really excited about, and
Mhm.
I'll like either see it in person or like somebody tells me about it,
Right.
and I'm like, Amazon, add to cart, ship immediately. And then I start it, and like then I get really excited about something
bookmarks
else.
in about 12 books.
Exactly. I literally,
I resemble that.
yeah, I'm like, I have, I think I'm in the middle of 9 books the last time
wow.
I counted. I'm like, oh my gosh. And yeah, you're laughing. Seriously. My nightstand
Yeah.
is like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's, I mean, it's like everything from like leadership to like management to
Sure.
hospitality. I was talking with Wes earlier about this really great book. It's called Food and Faith. And how, you know, there's such a spiritual component to food and cooking
Sure.
and, you know, sharing it and blah, 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 all these things and being good stewards of the earth. Right. And I'm like, oh, I love it. And I just want to read all of it. I just want to know all of it. I just want to do, you know, do the most with all of it. But I'll have to share Radical Hospitality with you, because it's even the half of the book that I've read so far. Yeah, it just, I think it really challenges how, makes me rethink the work that we do here and how we approach every conversation.
Sure.
When somebody walks through our doors, whether we're at capacity or not, how do we greet them?
Right.
How do we, you know, have a conversation with them? As a mom, like, how can I, you know, be hospitable to, you know, the people that I see at Fletcher's, you know, school and things like that. And, you know, raising him with the understanding that we're all created in the image of God, and we need to act in a way that not how society tells us
Right.
to act,
That's
or
exactly
how society shows us, or, you know, within a certain caste system. But really, like, how do we
welcome people like Jesus welcomed?
Yeah. And like, I mean, it says like Jesus moved into the neighborhood, and
Right.
like we're told love your neighbor as you love yourself.
Right.
And you know, who's your neighbor? Well, anybody, right? And so
Right.
and just doing that in such a radical way with the utmost love and care. Yeah. So I'll be sure to pass that book
I look
whenever.
forward to that.
I don't know if I'm actually going to
If you
finish
get through it
reading
or
it.
not. Okay.
When?
Brian, if she hadn't picked it up in 2 weeks, let me know, will you?
Yeah. But yeah, such a good book. Sam, good to see you. Janice, hello, friend. Hello, Debbie. Hey, your friend, your boss, Lori's watching.
Uh-oh.
And then I see Lisa's watching. Lisa, good to see you.
She's just looking to make sure I'm where I said I was
Yeah,
going to
right.
be.
Exactly. Keeping tabs. But yeah, so good to see you guys. I see that we've got a couple people joining us live. Well, Mike, thank you, sir. I've really
Thank you.
enjoyed our.
Can I share a story about the rescue mission?
Oh, heck yes, please.
I think it might have been the last staff meeting I was at. There was a young lady doing the leadership training where we filled out I forget exactly what the template
Disc.
was.
Yep. Sierra.
Okay.
Sierra?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the jigsaw puzzles.
Yep.
She takes it was 4 jigsaw puzzles, and we're supposed to work in groups to put them all together. And she had taken pieces out of the jigsaw puzzles and switched them with other puzzles. And in any other group I've ever worked with, and I had the same mentality, it was get the puzzle done first. Do whatever you can. I'm a competitive guy. I want to win.
Yes, I can see that. Yes.
So my goal is, okay, I figured out we're missing pieces. We got extra pieces. So we need to go whatever table we need to go to get the pieces that we need. Don't necessarily give them the pieces they need, but give what we need.
Yep.
But in about 5 minutes, they had taken all of the tables and pushed them in the middle of the floor. And Sierra said she had never seen this done before. And I believe her, because I've never seen it either. Rather than try to beat the next group to get the puzzle done, the whole mission staff pushed everything in the middle of the floor and worked together to get the puzzles put together. And I think that's what makes the Winchester Rescue Mission such a special place. They don't care who gets the credit, don't care who gets done first. Let's get the goal, let's get the task accomplished. Don't worry about who gets credit. Winchester Rescue Mission gets credit, residents get the benefit, and that's the main thing.
I appreciate that.
And that's what I love about this place.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's a good, I love working with the team that I get to work with, and there's a handful of us that are also highly competitive, but I think at the end of the day, I mean, I see, the staff, every individual, the whole team just embody that. We're out to solve, we're out to problem solve,
right.
And we know that we cannot do it individually. We have to do it together.
Exactly
so
right.
That is such a,
Yeah,
good reminder.
I love seeing that day.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah, it was. I'm glad that you got to be a part of that.
Yeah, that was neat.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I love you. I appreciate you.
Too.
Love Lori. Glad that you guys are a part of Winchester Rescue Mission and everything
Right.
that's going
Yeah,
on. And
me
I look
too.
forward to many more years
Absolutely.
of problem solving and putting together puzzles
Yeah.
competitively.
That's right.
And more conversations on
Yeah.
the bench in years to come.
And loving the residents.
That's it.
Yeah, all
Yes,
right.
sir. All right.
Thanks,
I
Lauren.
love you. Thank
Love
you,
you
sir.
too.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Awesome. So that was Mike Molden. He's the lead pastor at First Christian Church. We're so grateful for him. And one of our other good friends of the Rescue Mission, come on up, John, is here. How are you? Good. How are you? I'm all right. Good to see you too. No worries.
So you're really going through with this outside, huh?
Yep. We're gonna be moving in here maybe in another like half hour or so. We're gonna be moving inside. It's just
I totally understand.
yeah. So, I think we were very concerned about the weather. But I mean, the 3 tarps on each side, lack of precipitation. I was like, all right, we can start outside. We'll move inside and then we'll move back outside tomorrow morning.
It definitely helps.
Yeah. So grateful for it. Well, introduce yourself for anybody who might not know you.
Okay. Well, my name's John Fox, and just wanted to come out and talk and give some support. So I am a new city councilor here in Winchester and a small business owner and somebody who just likes to be really involved in the community.
Yeah, and you and your wife Ann are heavily involved in the community in lots of different ways.
Yeah.
And we've gotten to know you guys very well. And what ward are you
So
in
I'm
Winchester?
representing 4th Ward. Ann's
Okay.
coming to see you tomorrow morning.
Heck yeah, love it.
So she'll be here probably after she drops off the kids.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just got into that. So got
Mhm.
sworn in last week, and now
Mhm.
want to get involved and do everything that we can to help you guys.
Yeah.
You're doing amazing work here. You've got great people that are going on, and hopefully with collaboration with the city and other nonprofits and groups and businesses, you guys can make the difference you're looking to make.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe that wholeheartedly, and I appreciate the role that you play. I mean, you're a volunteer, right? Council?
No, we actually do get a small.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It works at the $24.65 a day.
Okay. Yeah.
But no, it's not the big money.
Close to super close.
Yeah, all the
Very
other
close to
things, all
volunteering.
the other things that you do.
things.
So no, I mean,
Yeah.
if you were to break down an hourly, no, you're not making
Yeah.
much money on
Yeah.
it. You're doing it to try to make a difference.
Yeah.
And make your community a better place.
Yeah, right on. I appreciate that so much. And then you also said that you're a local business owner.
Mhm.
I know, but share with us what you and Ann do.
Sure. My wife and I, we own Fox Urban Farms. We have a hydroponic farm that is located here in the city of Winchester. And so we grow all kinds of salads, lettuces, leafy greens, herbs, microgreens, edible flowers. And we do that year round. Even in horrible temperature like this, it's still 70 degrees inside of our buildings year round.
Why did we not do the
You should-
event in
You totally
in
missed.
it?
You missed out.
It would
on
have
that
been a
big
nice
time.
backdrop,
It
real
would.
pretty,
It's
the
got lights
pansies
in
and the lettuce.
there. It's got everything you need.
Do what? Yeah, thanks for the invitation,
Right.
John. Some communities support.
Well,
no.
you can use my parking lot if you want to stay cold or something.
Yeah,
Right?
right? Like, hey, Ann, John told us yesterday that next year we can do
Yeah,
it.
going
here.
remote with
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I saw a picture of Ann out there earlier, very bundled up. So
Yeah, she was wearing the insulated overalls and stuff up under it. So yeah. I mean, this kind
So-
of weather now when we're in the buildings, it's very comfortable.
Yeah.
So you'll then kind of skin down a little bit where
Mhm.
it's 70 degrees, but yeah, this is brutal.
yeah, this is pretty chilly. And prior to that, you guys are from Winchester.
She was born
She's
here
from
and lived
Winchester
here until
originally,
she was
right?
about 7. Now, I wasn't from here, but we've been here since 2004.
Okay. And prior to Fox Urban Farms, where were you?
Well, we had owned Greenwood Grocery and Deli for nearly 16 years, which is,
Wow.
it's in the county. I mean, it's in Winchester, but it's in the county. And so we did that for a very long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what would you say is like one of your favorite things about this community? Maybe there's a couple.
You know, the community is really helpful. There are
Mhm.
so many good people that want to do things and
Mhm.
help people out. So really, if you're looking for somebody to volunteer, if you're looking for, I mean, if there is a problem that's out there, there are groups that can really do it. A lot of times the one thing that I'll see is kind of the disconnect between the group that's doing good and then the people that need it. And sometimes they
Mm.
aren't aware of those services, and
Mhm.
really making those connections of the people that have those needs with the organization, I think is one of the biggest things, because we have tons of nonprofits, and all of you guys are doing fantastic stuff. Everybody's doing, not everybody, but there are so many different things that are going on. So just being able to help out, if it's homeless, there are all kinds of things that can be done. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing for the community.
Yeah, and we appreciate that too. I was talking to Dan Hoffman a little earlier, talking about just some initiatives, things like Wind Transit, things like workforce development. We brought up the whole grocery store, because have you gotten asked about the question of like, when is Winchester getting another grocery store?
Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah. We get that all the time. Now the Ward Plaza one, they are saying the date on that, I think, is October of 2026 being open.
Okay. All right.
And some people go, oh, that's a long time. Well, there's a lot of work. I mean, the existing stuff has to be demoed. That has to be cleared. There's infrastructure stuff that has to happen. And then they have to build the grocery store. And then there is housing that goes along with that. It'll be here before you know it. And that is going to be such just a happening part of town in the 4th Ward. But we've got some exciting things. I'm sure you and Dan have gotten into some discussions about potential things that are kind of coming up. That not to do a teaser, but city's working on.
He said the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, there are things that are not totally finalized, but some really, really good things that you guys will definitely be involved with. The city is trying to do some really good work.
Yeah. What are you most excited to be a part of with the city in your new role as a councilman? And maybe there's a couple, but
the cool thing that I like is really, and I say it all the time, so I kind of feel like I'm just always talking about it, but it's planning, just making sure that you're looking ahead at the future, and not being reactive to stuff. We've got to look so that we're making plans. And I always tell people planning is not a 1, 2, or 5 year thing. These are 10, 20, 50 years out that you're looking, because we are planning for my kids, my grandchildren I don't have yet, and their children. So you have to look at this thing very long term. And then what I want us to do is I want to make sure that when it comes 50 years from now, the people don't go, man, what were these guys thinking? I'd like to go, hey, they really went on a good direction. Maybe they've got to make a little pivot every once in a while, but if we don't put them in a bad position, I think that's the great thing to do.
Yeah, I'd agree. What role, and I asked Dan this question as well, in your experience from what you know, what role do you think the city has to play in supporting all of its citizens, particularly those individuals in a vulnerable population, such as individuals experiencing homelessness?
Yes. Well, and that, way better than me that is such an issue when you're dealing with mental health that's going with this, substance abuse. The mental health issue is very difficult. Substance abuse and people who were really just going through something, to me, I think you can help them the easiest and fastest. But I believe that the city can financially and coordinate with different groups too, to make sure that the nonprofits are able to get the people to you guys, so where you're doing things. But we do need to have a very good line of communication with you. And make sure that you as a stakeholder are involved in what we have going on in the city, and we don't surprise you with things too, because you need to be involved if there are initiatives or ideas that we have with homelessness and these other things. You need to be part of that conversation. You guys know way more about it than we do, and you're the people who are important to that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I really appreciate like the city's support and partnership in that. I mean, even with our Valley Avenue facility, there was a lot of creativity that had to go into making that a possibility. And so we're grateful for that. And I think a lot of times we talk about this within like amongst nonprofits is that we're out to serve the same purpose. We're out to solve the same issue, right? And I think a lot of times people can look at government entities, government organizations, and then nonprofits, and then churches, and then businesses, and think that, we're like against each other.
Right.
And while I think, there are some things that, we can disagree on the approach or the philosophy of things like that, understanding that, we're out actually to serve the same.
You're trying to help the same group.
We're trying to help this, this city, our residents. and not being afraid to to ask tough questions or think outside the box. I mean, it's really taken a lot, I think, for us to get to where we are, and just continuing to lean into that, and be creative in that
Well,
thought
with
process.
homelessness, and then obviously you start talking about housing that we have around here. I mean, there's a housing shortage across the entire country. We know that, and I've said before, and it's not something that, not to come off flip, but people talk about affordable housing. Unfortunately, it's not something that makes a lot of money for the developers. If it did, you would have affordable housing everywhere. It would be all over the place if that's the thing. But those guys they're not evil people. They just have businesses to do, and they're trying to make as much money as they want. I certainly understand. But with us in the city now having certain things in place where you've got to have certain percentages of affordable housing that you have. John Willingham working on the one that's down there.
Yep, right up from us.
Fantastic. So there are good things that are going on in the city. It's not going to be served. It's not going to be fixed overnight. It really isn't. But we do have to have that thought in our head whenever we're making some kind of decision of impacts that are going to go on, and where can we make the correct decision for everybody, because everybody that's in the community, we don't want anybody left behind.
And I think I told Dan, I was like, Dan, I don't envy your position whatsoever, because I think a lot of times, from each perspective that, whether you're part of the faith community or business owner, you're living, just a citizen or nonprofit representative. I think we can each come with our kind of own agenda, if you would. But again, I think it has to boil down to, like, what is the absolute best thing for those whom we serve, and showing a little bit of grace on that. But
we absolutely should. And as humans, we need to help everybody around here too. I mean, so that's just, it's the right thing to do. And we have people that are certainly fantastic, good quality people who have fallen on hard times, and we need to help lift them up. We need to bring them back into the fold of the community, because when we do that, it's not only better for them, but it's better for our community. Let people have jobs, let them pay taxes, and do all of those other good things. So get them back involved. And I know that when you guys have those success stories, that really has to just kind of fill your heart.
Yeah, it absolutely does. This is more kind of personal, and I was talking to Mike Molden a little earlier about this, but one of the things that I think you and Ann do and kind of embody really well is the idea of hospitality. I think from the first time that I met you guys, one of the things that I've seen is just you guys are absolutely hospitable in the ways that you carry conversations, and you don't know a stranger, given you guys know literally everybody and their mother in Winchester. But you guys are just so hospitable. Why? Maybe that's personality, but why is that? Like, I feel like every time I turn around, you guys are inviting somebody to your home, or you are hugging or greeting somebody and making somebody feel seen. Why is that important to you guys? Why do you guys always do that?
I don't know that it's a conscious thing. I mean, for me, I would rather have friends than people that I don't like. So again, there can be differences, whatever it is. I mean, a simple thing. There could be a political difference. It doesn't mean I won't be a friend with you. I can be your friend. We can hang out. Maybe we just don't discuss politics or something on it. But as long as we understand that. But no, I mean, I think I enjoy connecting people. I enjoy meeting people and knowing people. So, and whenever there's opportunities to help, I mean, that's what I'm getting out of it. Is it just feels good to do that. But it's not any kind of directed effort. It's just I would rather be friendly to people than not.
Yeah, I love that. I absolutely love that. And you guys embody that. I think just this friendly disposition. From a handful of people that I've spoken with tonight, they've said that just how welcoming Winchester is one of their favorite things. And I think that you guys embody that every day, every time that I see you.
Well, thanks. Well, I mean, it's a good community. We love living here. I mean, we've raised our kids here, or raising our kids here. So if you're involved in the community, I really think you need to get involved in it. And it doesn't matter if you're just doing one thing, but it makes much lighter lifting on everybody. So, you'll hear me when I'm out. I will talk to people and I'll say, get involved. And I mean that it doesn't have to be you get involved necessarily with the city or whatever else. I mean, you guys need volunteers. Every nonprofit, I would be amazed if you call a nonprofit and say, I want to volunteer, that somebody would tell you no. there's always stuff that you can do. You can donate time, your resources, your wealth, or your time is really a fantastic thing. And then you get out and learn what these, what you guys are doing, learn a little bit about it, and find something that's of interest to you. So, I always tell people, go look. United Way has a great resource directory. Look in their resource directory, find something that kind of speaks to your heart, and then go over and say, can I help you guys out in some way?
Yeah. I love that. I absolutely love that.
It doesn't take much. More people that did this. We've got 28,000 people that are here in the city. And if everybody were to get involved, oh my gosh,
how big of a difference would that make?
In just small amounts, somebody could do 2 or 3 hours a month, or a year, 2 or 3 hours, and it would just make all the difference in the world. So get involved, do something, and if you don't know where to start, call Lauren.
Yeah,
Start
just
here.
walk up, walk in. You mentioned United Way; they're a great resource. They've got a great resource directory, and then Our Health, which is right down the street, right south of us.
Right.
They have a whole volunteer directory of all the nonprofits, and so just a great amount of opportunities to get involved. And you mentioned there's so many nonprofits in our area, and I'd agree with that. And just so many opportunities to get involved and help our community.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it, John.
Absolutely.
I so appreciate you. I appreciate Ann, what you guys do. Thank you for representing us.
Sure, maybe consider doing this during the spring or
October. Our friends out in our friends out in Fresno, California, are really pushing to get this in January. And I was like, So there's 13 other rescue missions who are doing this across the country right now.
That's cool.
So I was Zooming with Brandon a little earlier.
Okay, give him my best.
Yeah. I know. I told him, I was like, we miss you.
Yeah.
We love you. We're happy for you. But and I was like, it's not ironic that you're in Fresno and not back in Winchester doing this event.
Right. Well, this is just bitter. We aren't usually like this around here. Typically, if you have one day of this, then you go back the next day, it's 40 degrees. It's just, I think we're all kind of chilled to the bone at this point. We've had a long stretch of this stuff. I'm tired of seeing just all the gross, nasty black and gray snow everywhere. I'd like that to go away. Have the pretty snow. The next day
then
it melts, and then you're gone.
Yeah. School's open on time. Roads are safe. Kids are safe, and it's comfortably cold, comfortably cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I was driving down, not Cork Street, Loudon Street, coming up on the Cork Street side, and the walking mall is a completely different color because of all the salt treatments on. And I was like, since when is it not this brick red? It's this weird.
Yeah, we need to melt.
Yeah.
Then we need a nice rain that washes all of this garbage off. Everybody's cars are nasty. My car is nasty. But I'm not going to go wash it right now.
I know, it drives me crazy. I walk up to my truck and I'm like, that's disgusting.
It's gross looking right now.
Yeah.
But no, I can't wait to get through this, and whatever we can do to support you guys too. I appreciate what you're doing. You're fantastic.
Appreciate it, John. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thanks so much.
You're the best.
Thank you. All right. See you, John. Awesome. All right. It is 8:30. Shannon, awesome. We look forward to seeing you. Jack, Michael wants me too. 39 degrees in October. Glad I didn't give it a Matt Dildines. Matt, we love you out in Fresno. We really do. Glad that we get to figure this out together. I'm really excited. Do what? Yeah, well, I'll love you tomorrow at 5:00. Yeah. So there's I mentioned earlier to John that there's 13 of us total across the U.S. that are doing this. Fresno, Seattle, Pittsburgh, us, Winchester, Greenville, South Carolina, a couple down in Alabama. Yep, couple in Alabama, and Alabama's getting snow. I saw North Carolina got snow, but oh, good. Anyways, yeah, right. They're like, what is this substance? Yeah, but yeah. So just so excited to be able to be a part of this, and then we are actually doing it again in October. Business as usual in October. This is just a really cool opportunity for us to do this, to kind of be a the guinea pigs on doing this across the country. In October, we're looking at about 100, 150 other rescue missions who will be joining us and having the opportunity to live stream with them throughout the event. So looking forward to that very, very much. Shannon, glad that you're joining us. Hello, Rick. Mary Jo, good to see you. Good to see you online with us. Yeah, I'm also glad that we'll be going inside. 11 degrees is a little cold, but we'll be going inside, I think, here in just another maybe couple of minutes, but we'll give you guys a heads up before we do that, because, again, we're going to be offline, or at least you won't be hearing, about 30, 45 minutes or so, depending on how quickly we can defrost, move, and then set everything back up. So looking forward to that. We'll give you guys a heads up for that. But in the meantime, I'll have one of my other good friends, absolute community rock stars, join me up here. And you want to come on up? What's going on? How are you? Yes, just barely though. Like I'm barely, I'm hanging on. Once we move inside, I think that's what's like keeping me going is the caffeine and the thought of being inside and maybe an hour. I thought that I could like maybe stick it out for another hour and a half. I'm not. Nope.
We need you long term, not just.
I know, right? Like, and I'd prefer to keep all of my fingers and toes. Right.
This is brutal.
Yeah, it would defeat the purpose. But I mean, it's such a, and I don't want to begin to compare anything that we do for 24 hours, whether we're inside or out, anything to people who are really experiencing homelessness. But
definitely,
I talked earlier to somebody, and like the work that we do and the people that we serve, there's such a raw reality, of the elements and the life that the difficulties that they face. And so I think it's this level of just grit that it sometimes takes to do this job. And I mean, you've worked in nonprofit work for a good while now, and you know that it's not glamorous, and it takes a lot of sacrifice and things like that. But you love what you do, and when you feel so called to do that, you'll do some crazy things to get the work done.
Very crazy. So, I will leave all the crazy to you now.
Yeah.
I will help fundraise and do all that stuff for everybody and give out money. So it's a lot of fun to see on this side of the nonprofits, but really that gives us a chance to help you guys do the work that you're doing every day.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate the work that you guys do. You didn't introduce yourself, or at least I didn't tell you to introduce yourself. And I think this is literally where I'm just so cold that I'm like not actually, telling people what to do, how to do it. So introduce yourself to anybody who might not know you.
Yeah, Andy Gale. I'm the CEO of the United Way Northern Shenandoah Valley. So we cover Winchester, Frederick, Clark, Warren, Shenandoah, and Page. So the 6 counties at sort of the top of the valley. And our goal is really to help you guys help people. Yeah. So United Way's been around 78 years. I joke that we're sort of a 78-year-old startup right now. So it's a new team that's come in, really doing some great things. Our campaign is underway. We're about halfway through. We're on target. We're going to be able to give out grants. So our grant process has started. So every year we are able to give out, on average, our average gift is actually $14,000. Some get more, some get less. So it's about 40 gifts a year to nonprofits in our region to help them do projects to really make an impact. So you guys have been on a few times. We have a lot of other partners I've seen on the stream so far come in, but it's really a neat way for the community to get involved because that's where the money comes from. It's from businesses giving payroll deductions. It's from fundraisers. It's from people walking by. And through that, we collect all the money together, and then we're able to make this bigger impact. So it's pretty neat. So back in the day, it was the community chest. So the money came together to solve one problem. Now we're looking at financial security, health, and education. So we're looking at 3 buckets, really trying to do that. Our LOI process, letter of intent, is open now. So nonprofits can write to us between now and the 31st to say, hey, we want to do this project. Would you consider funding us? And then if we say, sure, we'll invite you to the full grant. But the nice thing is we're really pushing partnerships. That's one thing you guys have always done. When I was at Literacy, I was up here just as much as I was in my office. Or you guys were always notorious for the knock on the windows and scare me at my Zooms.
Yeah, right. When we walked down to the walking mall and
now it's Rusty. So Rusty from Concern is in my old office.
So really?
Scare him, not me.
And Rusty from where's he? Oh,
Concern Hotline.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
So they switched. So Literacy moved upstairs. Rusty moved downstairs.
Oh, I didn't realize Concern Hotline was upstairs.
Yes, they were upstairs in a smaller space, which I'm Just Me movement is moved into. So it's been a whole shuffle on the Our Health campus.
Yeah, awesome.
But
Well, I'm so grateful for the leadership role that you've played at currently at United Way and then previously at Literacy Volunteers. So you've been you worked in literacy, you've worked in seeing nonprofits and kind of things like that. What kind of trends are you seeing in our area for vulnerable populations, and how can the nonprofit community, in your opinion, you think better address those?
Yeah, I think the more we can work
issues?
together, the better.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've always done it from the sort of case management that you guys did, where you
Mhm.
brought us all in once every other month to talk
Mhm.
about how we can all help. I
Mm.
think the more we can see that, the more collaboration is really key. We're doing that
Mhm.
with our impact grants.
Mhm.
Now we don't want to just fund one person to do this, one person to do that, all in the same sphere. How can you guys
Mhm.
work together
Mm.
and we give more money that way?
Yeah.
So communication, open engagement. I mean, there's so many people working on it, trying to help people. It's really what
Mhm.
we're all doing this for. We're not
Mhm.
doing it to get rich or
Yeah.
to stay warm. We are not on a yacht in Saint-Tropez, although
Yeah.
that would be kind of nice.
Doesn't sound totally
No,
bad
it's not
right
terrible.
now, but yeah.
But we really want to give back and
Mhm.
help, and so many of the nonprofits really are there. If you just ask, have that conversation,
Yeah.
say, I have this idea, do you want to work together? Most people will get behind it. So really open communication, collaboration, partnerships. It's things that, as United Way, we want to bring people to the table to have those conversations, and everyone so far has been willing. So
Yeah.
we're pretty excited to see where that jump happens.
Yeah, awesome. I love that. Well, you're getting some attention and some
Uh-oh.
yay and some hellos.
Hello, everybody.
So Shannon, Michael Whitaker, EMDR Chicago.
Oh yeah, those are my friends up in Chicago. They're mental
cool.
health therapists. That
Yeah.
we actually have you'll get an email from me next week.
Okay,
We're
cool.
gonna do some fun stuff with them, looking at
Awesome.
trauma and
Heck
help
yeah.
and trying to help people. So
Yeah.
it's pretty neat to see that and really see that around the community. We Winchester, I think Brandon said it back in the day.
Mhm.
We're small enough to get something done, but
Yeah.
big enough that we can prove a concept. I mean, look,
Yeah.
this was you guys on the bench. What is this, year 6?
Yeah,
5?
fourth or fifth year. I don't know. I lost count.
Lots of times,
Yeah,
but now
lots of times.
now there's 13. It's going to be
Yeah,
even more. So I
yeah.
mean, it really shows that we can prove stuff here, and we're small enough to get things done. We also
Mhm.
have those contacts. You can pick up the phone and text me. I can do the same.
Yep.
It's kind of a neat concept that we can really get involved, get engaged, and make a difference. I mean, it's more than. I mean, I saw it today on social that Hideaway Cafe, so a small coffee shop here,
Mhm.
decided, hey, CCAP's been closed. The access to food's kind of a challenge for those experiencing homelessness. Let's go stock the fridge. Well, they put it
Yeah.
out saying, hey, does anyone want to help us make a donation to do it? They got so much of a response that they didn't have enough food to fulfill all the orders.
Wow.
They're stocked it today, and they're going to do it again tomorrow.
Wow.
It's just really neat sort of seeing our community rally
Mhm.
doing that. I think it's the one thing that we do really well
Mhm.
up here.
Yeah, I think the generosity of this community has been seen and discussed in a lot of different conversations that we've had thus far this evening. You also play a role. You wear a hat in the Top of Virginia Regional Chamber. So talk a little bit about that and how the chamber, because the chamber I think supports this community in so many ways. But how does the chamber support the nonprofit? So tell us about your role
Yes,
there.
So I am
and then-
vice
yeah.
chair as of yesterday.
Mhm.
So I didn't actually make it to the sort of changing of the guard. I was in my own board meeting, but Christy Powers,
Also
our
fun.
new chair, is great. The whole team, the whole board. I mean, really, it's the staff. It's Cynthia and her
Mhm.
team,
Mhm.
Danita, Kaylee, Jenny, Sabra. They just really care about this community, and it's not just about doing good for business. Because I
Mhm.
think a lot of them realized, and we've realized it. Nonprofits we're businesses. We
Yeah.
don't
Oh,
have
yeah.
stockholders we're answering to. We have the community.
Mhm.
So we're really in a position where, with my chamber hat on, we want to support the nonprofits. We
Mhm.
want to make sure they have access to trainings, they have collaboration.
Mhm.
I mean, so many of us have gone through the chamber leadership program.
Yeah,
That's really
so
when I
big.
was at Woodmark. Before I jumped into the nonprofit stage, I did CLP,
Mhm.
met the team at Habitat, met Kim and Matt, and
Mm.
now work with Matt with the campaign for Get a Little Reading, and Kim's joined my team. So
Mhm.
it's really a great way to learn about the community, but then for businesses to jump in and understand, oh, nonprofits can play a role. We can help them one way or another. So it's neat. I mean, it's definitely we're excited. We're at over 850 members
Mhm.
in Winchester, Frederick, and Clark that all really care. Our last mixer was actually a combo between United Way, Brewworks, and Bonnie Blue. So it was businesses coming together to say, hey, let's do some good, but show off everything. So get
Mhm.
new volunteers, talk about this. And so we're pretty excited. The businesses are real supportive. that's where most of the United Way's money comes from. It's the businesses wanting to donate, whether it's Trex that does a huge campaign and matches, or even Hideaway, Fox Urban Farms, Bonnie Blue, that do a little bit and give you a couple dollars, and they're like, oh, this isn't much. I'm like, hey, that's more money than we had yesterday, and that's going to be multiplied with all the money we raise, and then we can give grants out to like you guys and so many more.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. I also went through the community leadership program 2 years ago. I think
my first year at SimSoc.
Yeah.
Sorry.
yeah, that was fun. That SimSoc in particular, challenging, fun sometimes.
It's a day. You have to go through it for us to really tell you about it.
Yep,
it's like
a
Fight
heck
Club.
of a day. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like Fight Club. But yeah, the community leadership program, and then Jay Foreman was here earlier, and I think that was one of the first times that I had like a face-to-face, like actual individual
Jay's
conversation with him. Yeah, absolutely great. So if you are in the community and you want to learn a little bit more about how to be involved and how to kind of hone in and develop your leadership skills, no matter kind of what role you play. I mean, we've got realtors, nonprofit, not even like you don't no executive director, like you can
be anybody. I mean, that's anybody in any community members, whether you're a chamber member or not. If you do join the chamber, which I'm running the membership committee this year, so please join. But you can join, and when you're members, you get a slight discount. But they have the community leadership program. We also have the Arising Leadership Program for rising juniors and seniors. So high school kids spend 2 weeks in the summer exploring careers. That's really more focused on that CTE. So they'll go to a restaurant, they'll go to manufacturing, hospitality, and sort of see the different career paths. And then for those middle managers that are trying to grow up in the career, we have BLP, so Business Leadership Program. Carrie Dunstan, the former Woodmark CEO, comes back to town and teaches a 3-day intensive on sort of management leadership and what you need to know. So the chamber has a really great sort of leadership academy all set up.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I walked away from that program was just, I think, a stronger understanding and a stronger appreciation for everything that makes like community happen, right? And there's the feel good word of community, like community, and then it's like actually like transportation, like how do the city schools and county schools actually successfully and safely transport
the kids
students? And then agriculture, my gosh, the ag day was like my absolute favorite. Katie Landy Jordan has this one like video of me like hanging out, like I mean my whole hand is like in the cow's mouth, and like I was absolutely
that tracks
loving it.
Though.
Yeah, right. Like, and just such an appreciation for the business side of things. We had a whole day on nonprofits and the importance of nonprofit work. You got to meet with, city and some, kind of state representatives, school system, because that's huge. Education is a huge, literacy volunteer. You guys know how important
it is. Very, very, very important. But we're lucky. We have great school districts. We have great superintendents that are really trying to help educate the kids, even kids that are newcomers that have just come to the country and don't speak any English. They have programs. I know when WPS is a great ESOL team that they're able to go in and engage these kids and get them what they need so they're able to communicate. And then there's community resources between Literacy and Laurel Ridge that the parents can get English classes as well. So we're a really welcoming community all around, and it's really one that I did lead Virginia, so it's like CLP but for the whole Commonwealth. And what I walked away from was all the communities try to do things where here I see that we actually do it. So we can make a phone call, we'll take action and quickly solve it, and then figure out a long-term solution after we've done it. It's just not all talk, which is kind of nice. I'd agree. And I love that. I love that I can, if I'm really in a pickle, like if I'm really struggling with something, we can call, law enforcement, we can call other first responders, we can call we can call other nonprofits. We've got connections at First Bank, United, everything. I really do love that. I love how people are kind of roll your sleeves up and get stuff done. Definitely. We're lucky. We live in a really great community.
Yeah, I would agree.
Very cold community.
Yeah,
today.
very cold right now. In fact, I think here in another couple minutes we're probably going to make the move.
I think
inside.
you should. I think it's now 8 degrees.
It's about that time. 8 degrees.
8 degrees.
I think that's.
I don't love Brandon right now.
Yeah,
I hear
know.
he's at 60 something.
Fresno, and like overnight, I think it's supposed to get down to like 50.
Oh, that'd be great. 50 would be great.
A little balmy.
Let's trade.
Yeah,
let's do that.
Yeah,
next time.
Yeah, just really exciting things. And Fresno, their CEO out there, Matt Dildine, he's done some pretty creative things to help elevate his conversations from bench. And then, you were privy to that conversation that I was, kind of talking about earlier before you hopped on in the fall in October. We're really launching this from a national level and getting some national level attention and conversation around it. So grateful for it.
Awesome.
And,
Well, thanks for having me. Let's get you inside.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna, I think, wrap up a couple things and then work our way inside.
Awesome.
So
Cool. Well,
appreciate
stay warm
it. Thank
anytime.
you, sir.
See ya.
Appreciate it. All right, guys. It is 8:47. It is 8 degrees. I am just absolutely incredibly blown away by the support that and the conversations that we've already had. We've had some conversations with city officials, county officials, residents, nonprofit leaders, community members, staff members, and I'm just, oh my goodness, I'm just so grateful. You guys, and what? The infamous Barry Lee, and coming in a close second, Jay Foreman. I'm just kidding. Jay Foreman, you're a rock star. Yeah, absolutely love. I love this event, and like honestly, guys, despite the cold, like I am all the more encouraged because you guys have shown up. You guys have asked some tough questions. You've allowed me to ask some questions, just have some conversations around things, and I really appreciate it. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to hop off. We're going to make some quick as possible and safely as possible moves inside. We're going to set up on in our Cafe on Cameron space. So that's really just kind of in our cafeteria space. So be patient with us. Are we going to keep it going, but just keep a live screen? Okay. All right. So here's what we're thinking. It's coming up on 9 o'clock. We're going to keep the live stream going as best as we can, and we're just going to physically move everything inside. Around 9:30, we're hoping to be back on. So go get, I don't know, some sleepy time tea or get some coffee or something, whatever. Cozy up, watch a quick show, or ask some questions while we move stuff inside. I'm gonna put the questions if we can put up the questions. So if you want to scan a QR code or submit a question. I'm also going to encourage you guys, again, I mean, this is a 24-hour fundraiser. And so there's how many more hours to give? There's a couple more hours, more than a couple more hours to give. And so if you feel so inclined, if you feel so called, would you give to support the incredible work that happens here at Winchester Rescue Mission? Love you guys. Grateful for y'all. And we'll be back in maybe 30 to 45 minutes. Appreciate y'all. We'll see you inside.
Caught yourself really fast, but you literally.
Thank you.